and good afternoon. Welcome, semi-final day in the Australian Cricket League. And I said yesterday, this could be the match of the tournament, even though it's not the final. And all due respect to the second semi later on today between the Pakistani Sultans and the Sydney Mavericks. But we've got the Lankan Lions and the Indian Tigers. Tigers in great form the last two matches. The Lions, sensational form right throughout the tournament. Know how to win, and yesterday were perfect. Just about perfect if you possibly can be in a game of cricket in dismantling the Sydney Mavericks to finish on top in their group. Let's get out to the middle. Suhas is there. It's a beautiful day for cricket, and he's got the two captains with him, Udawate and also Ravish.
Landmark presents the Aussie Cricket League 2023, and we've reached the grand semi-finals. It's the first of the two, and it's a battle of the blues. The Indian Tigers versus the Lankan Lions, and we're all in readiness for the toss. The captains have arrived in the middle. The captain of Lankan Lions, Mahela Udawate, alongside him the captain of the Indian Tigers, Ravish Srivastava. To oversee the toss are two match officials in Ankur and Vivek. The coin will go up now. Heads is the call. What's it, Ankur?
Head it is.
And it's head. What have you decided to do, Ravish?
We will bat first.
What does the surface tell you? It was talking to you, right?
No, it's telling me good things. It's similar to the other pitch we played on a few days ago. So they've had the heavy roller on and looks and feels well, so we'll bat first.
Any changes in the side for this game?
Yeah, we've got two changes. Eknor and Manu are out because they've had to go back to Sydney to play grade cricket. And then we'll bring in Clive Rose and Jack Taylor.
Have a good one.
Thank you very much.
A grand semi-final, a team that knows how to play big games as well. What would you have done had you won the toss firstly?
I just want to bowl first because wickets look a little bit dark. Plus, I got really good bowlers as well, so I think we can restrict them to lower score and chase it down.
Clinical performance, not even 24 hours ago. And do you have any changes in the side after that?
Just a couple of changes because last game we got two guys who had small niggles, but now they are fit, so they are back in the side. So just two changes.
How much is a good total to chase?
Depends how good our bowler is going to bowl. Anyhow, we have to chase whatever the scoreboard says.
Give us a good game, Mahela.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So the news from the centre, it's the Indian Tigers who won the toss, and they want to be batting first in the grand semi-final.
Addy, Carroll, Doobie, Srivastava, Palombo, Jack Taylor in as the all-rounder from Gloucestershire. We'll tell you a bit more about him soon. Harry Singh, after his injuries come up. Satnam Gribble, an all-rounder. We know what a good player he is. A Lang, Brendan Rose, and also Sardar. So that's a very, very good side, Grant O'Hara's. We say good afternoon to you. Excellent side.
Good afternoon, Dan. Yeah, I'm so excited about today's play because I think these are two quality sides. Let's take a look at the Lankan Lions. Over to you, Dan.
Priya Deshana batting well in his two matches so far. Solomons, what an innings that was. 65 off 31 yesterday. We'll open the batting. Udawada at 3. Looking for a good score and plenty of time in the middle. Shandamar, Kure, Mappa, the wicket keeper, plays with Morty Alec here in Melbourne. Pereira, Bilal, bowled some beautiful off spin yesterday. Hamatha, what a spell of bowling that was yesterday, getting 3 wickets. We know Kulasakra and Arosh are very handy. There's a great side as well. A lot of talent in these two teams. That's why I think, still at this stage, the winner of the tournament will come from this match. And some might say it's unfortunate they're not in the final. The Pakistani Sultan supporters and Sydney Maverick supporters, granted, be maybe disappointed I'm saying that, saying what about us? And they deserve to be there, no doubt. But look, these two sides are in good form, India and Sri Lanka.
Both sides are chock full of talent. Both sides have players with international experience, with county and state experience. I'm particularly looking forward to seeing Srivastava, Gruel, Carroll, Palombo for the Indian side. Not to mention, we're going to talk about Jack Taylor, the new in for the Indian side, who's got experience with Gloucester. But take a look at the Sri Lankan side too. They have players that have played for Sri Lanka, international players, and just chock full of talent. I'm just so looking forward to this game.
Well, they were magnificent yesterday, Sri Lanka, weren't they? I think the Mavericks had a bit of an off day, but I mean, when Solomons took the game away from them early, got great support by Priya Deshana, and the rest of the batters contributed, and the bowling was spot on right from the word go. They were at their absolute best, the Sri Lankans, and the interesting aspect is that, of course, they'll be chasing. The Indians will be looking for a good start. We know they've got those excellent fast bowlers with Harry Singh. I didn't think it looked good for him, but he's fit as well. So India will be looking for a decent score, 150, 160. The wicket looks pretty good, Grant.
The wicket looks fine. They've poured a fair bit of water in it, which means it'll just be a little bit slow, but that's okay. That's okay. It's a good surface. But in your preview, Dan, you said that the Sri Lankans played nearly the perfect game, and I can't disagree. And the reason I can't is because their bowling plans were excellent. Their batting, they just accelerated through the innings at around 10 and over. You can't get a lot better than that. And I don't recall them spilling a catch. So when you have a game like that where everything clicks, now the only thing you want to make sure, you need to stay at that peak if you're Sri Lanka. You don't want to have one of those days out where all of a sudden, you know, a little momentum shifts, you drop a catch or you lose an early wicket or any of that sort of stuff happens, and before you know it, you've let the other side back into the game. But I tell you what is a really nice advantage for the Indians here. That's winning the toss and choosing to bat.
Correct. I think that the Sri Lankans would have done the same thing, get runs on the board, and we saw yesterday when you make 198 in any T20 game, it's always going to be hard to run down, and it was impossible to run down for the Mavericks. Connor Carroll, the young man we've spoken a lot about in glowing terms from the North Cricket Club, a strike rate of 105, 42 runs in this series so far, will open the batting with Satnam Grewal, who we know can give it a real tap at the start of the innings. He'll also be their first change bowler, bowling plenty of heat, but they'll come up against Mr. Professional, Mr. Reliable, one of the great one-day bowlers in the history of the Sri Lankan cricket team, who's got an economy rate of 5.2 to a strike rate of 13.5, 4 wickets in this series so far, and Nuwan Kulasekara, best figures 2 for 13.
And he bowled beautifully yesterday. Just had very clear plans like an international class cricketer would. Didn't try and do too much. Knows that the secret to these games, line and length, and getting a good rhythm going early. The semi-final, Dan, it's all about to start.
Thanks to Landmark Investments, our major sponsor. The winner through to tomorrow's final, which has been pushed forward. Plenty of rain around Melbourne on Christmas Day and late Christmas Eve. Here's Kulasekara straight away. He gets one on middle and leg and not getting a lot of connection, but just pushing it away for a run off the pad. In fact, there was no connection, so none for one. And it brings Connor Carroll on strike, who, as you've mentioned a few times, Grant, got a brilliant 150 in club cricket. And anyone who does that is certainly a good player.
Premier grade cricket too, so that's that's the top level below state cricket in Queensland. Let's just take a look at where the two fielders out are deep mid-wicket and deep third man. Carroll, of course, like most lefties, very strong off his pads.
It's Kulasekara and Carroll cutting. That's straight into the covers, and there's no run.
Oh boy, that was a good shot.
Was.
To no run.
Excellent shot.
Timing, what I loved about that was the timing.
Slightly wide, wasn't it? He was able to latch onto it, but picked out the fielder. None for one after 2 balls. And now he gets cut in half by an absolute ripper that comes back in, which had a little bit more pace than usual from the canny Kulasekara. And it is the master against the apprentice here in regard to cricketing experience.
And Kulasekara, after the great cut, always the off cutter was in play there, and that's exactly what Carroll received.
And Carroll forces the next one around the corner, a little bit short by Kurosakura. He took the pace of it, hoping that he might get two. But the fielding pretty solid from the deep again. They only get one. So first run off the bat goes to Connor Carroll. Been a revelation since game 2 after they were well beaten by Pakistan in game 1. Probably a bit unsettled with their team. But they added Satnam, Gribble and Carroll for that second game. And Palombo, and it's worked a treat.
Yeah, coming off a
Indians.
man of the match performance in that second game, Carroll. So his confidence will be high.
Satnam Gribble, who's such a key member of this side. And he pushes on the back foot. They'll get a run. Good running. Covers in the road, but gee, that was good intent by the two players then to allow the ball to hit the bat, know the stacked offside field, and still get a run.
I like the word intent. There was intent. There's intent to score off every ball. That little nudge into the well-protected cover field, and yet they got through very comfortably.
Last ball of the opening over. Carroll dabs away, thinks about a run. He's set back by Grewell. And no harm done. 3 runs from the opening over after India won the toss and elected to bat.
And you can just feel the confidence of the Sri Lankan side. When you've got players of that quality who can tie up an over like that, just starts to sets them off on the right foot.
You look at the Indian team again, and they have 7 possible bowlers if required. Doobie can also bowl, so 8.
A player that hasn't really got going so far for the Tigers is a fella called Addy Grewell.
Yes.
And he's gone from Northern Suburbs Club to Toombul in Brisbane, but he's a really, really good player. And he's just had a couple of, unlucky dismissals. But if he gets going, Dan, that's going to be really exciting to watch.
Of course, Jeff Thompson, Ian Davis played there, didn't they? Very famous club up in Queensland. And here is the big fella, Ross Janoda. We saw him up close yesterday, didn't we, when we were invited. We thanked the Sri Lankans for inviting us to dinner. Had some beautiful buttered chicken.
Oh, the curries were just
they were
fantastic.
good.
Oh, beautiful. And the dessert,
Yes.
just beautiful.
Cooked sugar, wasn't it? It's got a name. It looks like toffee, orange toffee. Here's Janoda, and on the back foot, and it's played to point. And talking of cooking, I've got a very good friend of mine, Christine Mount. I've known her family most of my life. As her older brother Peter is my age. We've known each other since we were babies, which is a long time ago now, Grant, in the early 70s. And she's involved with the Sri Lankan community through her younger brother. She's one of 6, Stephen, who is a physio of the Sri Lankan cricket team when Joel Wardner and Sangakkara are in the side. We'll come back to that in a minute. And here's Janoda now, and slicing it away, Grewell, and it rolls down to squarish third man. A little bit short outside the off stump from Janoda, and Grewell gets a run. And it's none for 4, and so she's involved in a book, cookbook that's been put together by a number of reputable Sri Lankan chefs, many of whom are based here in Australia, and they're raising money for the Goodness Foundation. So she'll be coming down a little bit later with the books, and we'll have a bit of a chat to her. And here's Janoda, and Carroll chops away and doesn't score. Score remains at none for 4.
I'm liking the carry through the wicket at the moment. It's coming on nicely, which will really promote some stroke play. Carroll just getting a feel for the wicket. Some really lovely tight bowling by the Sri Lankan side.
Here's Janoda to Carroll. It's short and pulled away. Clears the infield, and it should go to the boundary for 4. It does. That's a lovely shot by Carroll. He latched onto one that was a bit short by Janota and got into position magnificently, Grant.
Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, only just a little short, just outside off stump, but enough to just free his arms and swing it over the infield down for 4.
None for 8. He has 5. Greville 2. 5 runs so far from Janota's opening over. And Carroll looking to work this one away on the onside. It waffles away through the gully region. And it was going down leg side. It hit him on the pad. Second leg bye for the Indian team.
I'm not sure, Dan, you can get much better conditions for cricket than this. It's a beautifully sunny day down here in Melbourne. About 22, 23 degrees with a top of 25. Just a slight breeze coming from the southeast. Little way swing there by Arush, causing the leg bye. Just a fantastic feel.
Last ball, and he's on the move, Greville, and he flays this over the cover region. He couldn't adjust, unfortunately, on that occasion, and that's 6, Arosh. And Greville saw him coming, and he's gone bang.
And the only one catching that was the crowd, someone in the crowd, the crowd catch. Look at this, drags too short, drags down, and that went a long, long way in the air down for 6.
Over cover.
Beautiful timing. And what a nice way to end an over, Dan.
11 from Ross Janota's first over, none for 15. It's a good move to have Satnam Greville open because he can take a game away, a bit like Andy Solomons did yesterday. Now this is the man that he bowled sensationally. He's played sub-district cricket for Endeavour Hills in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne for 9 years. Very big Sri Lankan community, very strong Sri Lankan club. And every delivery was online yesterday, and at one stage his figures were 3 for 1. Jayasundra.
Well, you had a chat to him last night.
I did.
At our dinner, and we both think, and you said this, that he wouldn't be able to place in any top side.
Certainly, T20 level, we know that the Stars and the Renegades are struggling. The Stars have been the great underachievers in the T20 comp. For a few years, they've seen as the silver tails of the 2 Melbourne teams with all the connections. As Jayasundra starts, and straight away, Pearl for LBW. I thought that was nearly through him and bowled young Cooper Carroll. Is the delivery right on line straight away. So he Connor Carroll and more leg byes. Cooper's his brother maybe. None for 17. Early stages of the third over, but yeah, they need. I think they need players of his ilk, I reckon, and they need to think outside the square a bit. The Stars and the Renegades, and they don't generally do it. And this is a shorter, flatter one that he's going forward and on the back foot, and he manages to pop away to point, and then the throw had him doing the kangaroo hop to avoid it hitting him and the stumps, and there's an overthrow. Well done, young man, Connor Carroll. None for 19 in the third.
And the reason we like him out of it is because he just hits that line straight away. He doesn't give anything away free early, which is a really good sign of a good bowler.
And again, outside the off stump, he's looking to chop it. He chops into his pad. It may not have been wide enough for him to cut. He played it pretty close to the body, hence the execution not quite there. Darts it down. Carroll goes down the ground. Great use of the feet by this young man. How impressive is he? No one in this tournament has been able to get under Hematha Jayasundra, but Connor Carroll has. That's gone for 6 over long off. What a shot, Grant.
Fantastic shot. And what we've been saying about this wicket, and this is where I'm getting quite excited about how it's playing today. It's been difficult to use your feet down the wicket because the turn has been really slow and grippy. So if it does turn and you're down the wicket, you're exposed to that stumping. But that was, as you said, Dan, a lovely use of the feet. Just sort of above eye level, got down there and played straight through the ball.
None for 25 in the third. Jayasundra bowls to Carroll. Oh, gee, that wasn't far away. Beat him outside the off stump. Half-hearted appeals. Jayasundra asked the question. Mapper is well behind the stumps.
And that's why it was a half-hearted appeal. He got an edge on it. It must have, because I thought that was cannoning into a middle stump, but he's looking at it. He's just hit it. Yeah. Otherwise, if he'd missed it, that was what we call another...
Salmon trout.
Oh, you did it. I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Exchanged a few text messages this morning. I was a bit slow with the analogies, wasn't I? This is a flatter delivery and beats Greville, who's only got one mind against the spinner, I reckon, to whack him out of the ground. And good fight back by Hamatha as he changed the flight. None for 9, but young Connor Carroll, as I say, has done what not too many players have done in the tournament so far. He's hit Jayasundra for a 6.
Now, how does Sri Lanka respond? First 3 overs. Run rate, just over 8. Lovely start by the Indians. Not only have they not lost a wicket, but they're ticking that scoreboard over. I would say par is 150 to 160 today, given the conditions. They're so conducive to cricket in general, but they look like they're going to be good for batting. So building this platform to let the other stars in the side to come in. I wonder where they're going to back Jack Taylor.
It might depend, because he is a hitter, isn't he? And he can make runs quickly. It will depend how they're going. I would bring you, if these two make a start like the Sri Lankans did yesterday, and let's say put on 70 in 8 or 9 overs, I would nearly be thinking of bringing him in at 3.
Well, Usman, the owner, came up and gave us some glowing.
He did.
Stats on Taylor. He's captain Gloucester 4 years in the T20. He's got the fastest 50 for Gloucester off 19 balls. So
he's playing for the Kingston Hawks in the Victorian Premier competition this year, Premier Cricket competition. Here's Ashkay Bilal, impressed with him last night, and he bowls a delivery that takes the toe end of Connor Carroll's bat. He tossed it up and then it dipped appreciably. With a high arm action, this young spinner. He goes down the ground, Carroll beaten, stumped, great piece of bowling. He just darted it in, he beat him for flight, or lack of, and Carroll is out stumped for 14. Great piece of wicket keeping by Mapper. 1 for 26 India in the 4th.
And that's to my point. It's really hard from this end to go down the wicket, because once you get there, look at that bounce and turn. Unless you're right to the pitch of the ball, then you're open to the stumping, which is what I was talking about earlier. So the rest of the players in this Indian team need to be aware of that. Under normal circumstances, you are told, use your feet to spin in Australia. But when you've got a turner like this, yeah, look at Carroll. He'd be really disappointed with himself. He was able to get it away with it at the southern end, but there's a pointer to the northern end. Bilal strikes for the Sri Lankan team.
Yeah, terrific wicket. Yeah, what a good piece of wicket keeping that was. That is called efficiency personified, isn't it, I thought, from Mapper?
Well, you're taking it well above shoulder height. You're 100% right. He's taken it well above shoulder height. Yesterday we saw a stumping where the ball just went slowly through to the keeper, and the batter was able to get his bat back into his crease because he hadn't gone too far out.
Here's your man, Grant. He got some runs in the previous match. Equal highest score in the tournament with Ronnie Chopra, who we had a chat with last night with young Sandeep. It was great to speak to Ronnie, who seems to be looking after young Sandeep, who plays with the Sydney Mavericks, and We'll find out later whether Ronnie plays in the tournament. But you mentioned earlier, first 2 matches he probably, and by his own admission, left runs out there. The next match he found some runs, a lovely 67 Ravish.
And striking out close enough to 130. This is time for the captain and wicketkeeper.
Great start by Bilal. And he'll bowl to Ravish, who whips away straight away. Nice shot. Down to one of the fielders in the deep, but long on. 1 for 27. It brings Satnam Grewal on strike.
And the Indian side have stuck with the right-hand partnership combination here. There are a couple of lefties in the side, but Ravish down batting to bat 3 is stuck to that position in the order.
Here's Bilal. Tosses it up. Grewal through the covers, but only momentarily. I think that might have been a drop catch. He drove hard. He drove high. No, it was on the bounce.
Yeah, it was
hit hard.
Yeah, it was hit hard, but it was hit into the ground.
Right. Yeah, it was too. Sometimes it's hard to pick that up, isn't it?
Yeah,
and low as well. But gee, it might have nearly taken his hand off. That's how hard it was hit. In the block hole, he took that. If he had got that through, that was going for 4. 1 for 28. That's a magnificent shot as he clears the cover region. He tossed it up Bilal, and he found the gap. And the fielders inside the circle as the fielders up for the first 6 overs could do nothing but watch in admiration as that ball goes to the boundary for 4. Lovely lofted shot from Ravish.
And I think I know why they've sent another right-hander out, because the left-hander down at that northern end, it's much more difficult to face the off-spinner, and the right-hander able to clear the infield beautifully there, down for 4.
1 for 32 in the 4th. Bilal, last ball, great piece of bowling, the one that just straightens up, and nothing that a good player like Ravish could do then except nearly get an outside edge, and well taken behind the stumps by Mapper. That's a good fight back by young Bilal. We've got a wicket, the wicket of Carroll in that over, and it's 1 for 32. Well, look at the economy rates.
Let's take a look at that. Best economy of the tournament, we're told. 3 for 25. And it's just such, I was going to say, what it's such a pleasure to watch great spin bowling like that.
Well, your man Connor Carroll's in the top 5 as well, 3.75. So we're into the 5th over. Here's Jayasundra again. The battle with Grewal. We'll try and take him on. 1 for 32 in the 5th. And he whacks down the ground, just gets it past long on. It was in the air for a long time, but it just bounced in front. And they get 1. He's hitting it hard, isn't he? Someone will hurt their fingers
I'm going to say
permanently.
Great stop here. Oh, fantastic. If the Lions win by 3 runs, they can thank.
He got it on the bounce, knocked it away.
Who was that, Dan? I just couldn't pick it up, but what a great piece of fielding.
Takes the outside edge, and poor fielding. It was a bad bounce, unfortunately. And they come back for 2. 1 for 35 was the skipper.
Yeah, it was the skipper, was it?
Udawada, that great piece of fielding. And Ravish again gets 1 wide, and he steers it, but can't score a run. Enticing him to cut, Hamartha. Great bowling, straight back to the bowler. Attempts to cut, kept a little bit low. Mapper, a good wicket keeper, takes it well behind the stumps. Had a couple of years at Berwick. Very successful team in the Dandenong District Cricket Association, and then went back to the Southern Cricket Bayside Turf Comp with Morty Alec this year, Mapper. Last ball, the 5th over. Wide of the off stump. Driven by Ravish. They'll get a run. Out to deep cover. Udawate's there. And that completes the over. So 9 runs and over at the moment. In fact, less than that. 5 overs gone. Over 7 and over. We'll get the maths right eventually. Been a long time since I was at school, Grant. Greville 10. Ravish 8. The batsman out. Carroll for 14. 1 for 36 after 5. Grant O'Hara is here. Suhas is about to join him thanks to Landmark Investments.
After he does an interview, but look, long ball. I'm happy if I'm in either side at the moment. I'm content because I'm going at over 7 and over in the first 5 overs if I'm the Indian side, but I'm also pretty happy if I'm the Sri Lankan side because I can see that spin is going to play a part in this innings. I know I've got some really good medium pacers and quicker bowlers to bowl, and they're getting a response from this wicket as well. So it's very evenly balanced at the moment, Dan.
Yes, Suhas will join us shortly. Kulasakara back in after his opening over, and he cost 2 runs. Interesting, he comes back in for his second over now in the 6th. Bowls to Ravish, who defends nicely. Fling at the stumps, might have had him in trouble as they ran virtually as soon as they hit that to cover, which was pretty close in on that offside.
And just as interestingly, he's coming from the southern end. Started at the northern end, and we do know that this is the end that's taking significant turn for the off spin to the left-hander. So I'd say that's the thinking from the captain, Mahalia.
1 for 37. Again, attempted slow one, and it takes the bottom of the bat, rolls down to short, whitish third man. He was looking to whack that out of the ground. He goes hard hands, only knows one way, Greville. Kulasakara having a pretty good tournament.
And we'll have a look at that in a moment. There's some graphics coming up to show us how he's performing.
Here he is, again the slow one, and it rolls through to the keeper as he wasn't able to get bat on ball, Ravish. Just such a clever bowler.
Let's have a look at Kulasakara there against the Tigers. None for 4 off 1.3. Mavericks, none for 12 off 2. Eagles, 2 for 13 off 3. And the Wolves, 2 for 22 off 4. Commanding display of bowling. You can see a little tinge of grey hair coming through there, and that just says experience. There you go, look at that. Plenty of experience, and what a wonderful player he's been.
He's the elder statesman. This is turned away on the onside by Ravish. The field pretty deep on that onside. It was in the air for a bit, didn't have complete control of it. The umpire telling us there's a couple left. 1 for 39 in the 6th over. He's just so hard to get away, isn't he?
And just tying up this end. Adjusting the field. 2 players out, deep long on.
And it's a good piece of bowling. Did it get him on the leg, on the pads because it was quick? Or did he get some bat on that because it rolled quickly down towards fine leg?
It's leg buys. It was funny. It's sort of almost like he just couldn't get his bat down quickly enough.
No, it just he just at the very end decided to crank up the pace.
Crank up the pace, and it took him by surprise.
Did. Had a few leg buys so far.
Yeah, it was a pretty, 2 leg buys, yeah.
It was going down the leg side, and you're right. He was trying to jam his bat down on it and couldn't. Last ball of the 6th. He goes down the ground, and he drives beautifully. Initially, he looked like he's going to check the shot as he was on the advance, but he decided to go through with it and got it past cover in the air, clubbed it for 4, 1 for 45 after 6 India.
I love the cat and mouse between these two. Down the wicket, driving in the air. After being beaten clearly by the one before. not able to get his bat jammed down on that. But then Grill said, well, I'll get on the front foot. I'm going to take a couple of steps down the wicket and hit it over the top. Let's take a look at this, the Manhattan. A steady start and a nice second over. 12 for the Indian Tigers. And then a nice sixth over that went for nearly 10. Wicket in the fourth. At the moment, this game is so evenly balanced.
So Jayasundra, the end of the power play, so they've had 6 overs, 1 for 45. And they'd be very happy with this start, I would have thought, India. If they can get 160, game is on. Jayasundra bowls again, tucking it away. Throw at the stumps, not bad, but Mappa couldn't quite take it cleanly. It was a good effort. But again, good running, keeping the fielders on their toes. Those inside the circle, there's a lot of tipsy and run in Queensland, a lot of tip and run in Melbourne, as they call it.
And that would have been a long way out if the ball was over the bails. It would have been caught mid-wicket.
Correct.
I mean in the running sense, Dan.
Grewal 15, ready for Jayasundra. Gets a full toss. Didn't quite get onto it, but luckily for him, it bounces safely out in the deep towards mid-wicket.
He'll be disappointed with that rare full toss. That lucky he didn't get onto it because it was going straight down Long On's throat.
1 for 47 in the 7th. Darts it on. It was a bit wide of the off stump. He didn't move his feet. But again, good bowling. Changing his flight. And changing his pace as well. And this time, it's another dartier delivery. And it's steered away to deep cover. What do I mean by changing the flight? One ball, plenty of air. The next one, flat as attack.
What you're meaning is also just great variation. You know, just not letting the batter get settled on one particular delivery, varying it beautifully.
Wide of the off stump, cut away to backward point. Suhas about to join us, the great man. And a good contest here. No run there for Grewal. Jayasundra now. Grewal looking to hit that out of the ground, hits it into his body. Again, that was probably under him quicker than he anticipated. He's going up 5 and over, none for 16 from 3. I wonder if he might be saved for his final over by Udawata. And India, after winning the toss and batting, have lost Carroll for 14. Landmark Investments, our major sponsor. Gainwright Accountants of Cranbourne, among our sponsors. The state government. Sahan getting ready to come in the attack now, as they keep changing their bowlers around. As the great man is about to join us in his lovely jacket and maroon shirt. And Sahan Pereira, 4 matches, 3 wickets. Economy rate, 7.25. Good afternoon, Suhas.
Very good afternoon to everyone watching. Very good afternoon, Dan. What a contest we have on our hands yet again. The Battle of the Blues, as we like to call the Indian Tigers, taking on the Lankan Lions in the first semi-final of the Aussie Cricket League 2023, brought to you by Landmark. And it's just improving the level of cricket.
Oh, that took off, didn't it? Bit of turn as well.
Just what you want to see as well. Spin, bounce, turn to restore the balance in our sport, especially in this format that needs it the most.
He tries the reverse hit. He's been hit on the pad. Peel for LBW out. The umpire does a Rudy Kirsten. He takes a long time to put the finger up. And I thought that looked pretty plumb. Not the greatest shot by Ravish. Wrong time to do it. 2 for 48, especially if he's given out.
Missed it completely.
He did.
And was right in front of the stumps, no doubt about that. The only thing that could have saved him perhaps was the bat. But there was no bat involved.
Well, straight
Right
away the
in the
intention
middle.
was to
Would have
go
hit-
for the switch hit, wasn't it?
Would have hit the middle of the middle stump.
Oh, yes.
This one didn't turn at all. And Sahan's change in pace has also done the trick. That's a very good length to be bowling. Especially if you know that the batter is going to go for something like this. No hesitations from the umpire, Ankur, to raise his finger. It took a while.
That umpire's been watching Rudy Kurtzen. Although he doesn't bring it from behind the back by taking a long time to put the finger up. This is called the finger of death.
Yeah.
Because
Slow
you
there.
waited a long time for it to come.
Ravi Srivastava, the captain of Indian Tigers, walks back for 11, 48 for 2.
That's a big wicket, isn't it? I wonder if they'll bring Jack Taylor in now, who's their all-rounder, their new player today. No, Palombo comes in. He's been in good form too with a 40 and a 30 in the 2 games he's played. Played a couple of first-class games for Queensland.
Scott Palombo. In the Aussie Cricket League 2023, 3 innings so far, 76 runs. A strike rate brilliant, 124. He can kick into the next year anytime. That 45 not out saw his team through and said thank you so much for the opportunity to bat.
So many bowling options, the Indians. Mind you, so do Sri Lanka. Here's Sahan now to Palombo, who comes across his stumps and flicks, playing it the off stump behind square for 1. And Satnam Greville's been starved at the strike a bit, Suhas, 16 of 14, but we have seen a couple of times, particularly over cover, his ability to latch onto them.
He is going to latch onto one if it's in the slot. And that's what he tries to do this time. Over point. That's a great place to score runs in. 4 easy runs in the end. That backlift is telling you a story.
What, that he likes to hit the ball hard?
There is nothing called a defense in his dictionary.
No, that was there to be hit as well. Just a little bit wide outside the off stump in the hitting zone and placed it nicely. Flatter delivery. And he plays it down the ground for just 1 run. Didn't get a lot of connection on that. 21 off 16 now. 2 for 54 as we approach the end of the 8th. Still think 160's on the cards. Mind you, I'll need 100 off the last 12. Especially with these 2 at the wicket. Jack Taylor to come. The new recruit today.
The Indian Tigers will be counting on a partnership at this stage, especially 2 men who've shown signs of excellent batting in this tournament, understand the surfaces better.
Oh, that's close.
Quicker and the back leg as well, but the impact was perhaps outside. 2 runs taken while everyone was absorbed in the appeal. Grewal pushed, Palombo agreed. 8 was gone, 56 for 2.
Lots of leg buys. Lots of leg buys. Nearly a leg buy each over so far.
But good presence of mind to recognize a run there in the first place. Palombo does well.
25 dots so far. 4 boundaries, 2 sixes, no 3s, 2 2s and 15 ones. The scoring performance of the Indian Tigers in the opening 8 overs of their semi-final. The winner through to tomorrow's final, being played early because we are concerned about afternoon rain in this city where you do get 4 seasons in one day. You might get 4 seasons in 1 minute. As you know, Suhas.
Yeah, went out for the toss. It was bright and sunny. We were about to begin the toss. It was cloudy and windy.
Correct.
The moment the coin went up in the air, we started squinting our eyes because it was sunny again.
It was.
And by the time the coin landed, that didn't change. Don't
And
worry.
perspiring like 10 men too, which I generally do. Dylan Chandama, another one of the spinners, gives it air, swung across the line by Big Satnam Grill for a couple.
Oh, this could be trouble. Trouble at the non-striker's end. The throw was at the wrong end.
Oh,
The dive saves him in the end. While it could have been the end.
well, I thought it was easily too.
Where was he running? He thought it was two.
Well,
And couldn't blame him there because in hindsight, the second run was on.
Palumbo had his back to him. Had his back to him. Maybe they don't know each other that well in regard to having played much cricket together. He hurt himself in getting back, and that would be a big blow for them. Harry Singer's recovered today from a knee injury.
Which is great news for India.
Yep. But they could ill afford to lose the big slinger, their star bowler in a lot of ways in regard to pace.
If someone who's practiced well against sling has to be called upon, then it would be Sri Lankan Lions. The Lankan Lions would have done that for sure. Still, the effectiveness of Grewal cannot be questioned. He is required with the ball in hand and at least 3 overs, if not 4. Manroop Singh, a talent of his kind, is sitting out. So you just sense how much of talent is brimming in this side, the Indian Tigers, against the Lankan Lions, who've humbled them before in a semi-final.
Well, he was the star of the under-19 tournament, Manroop Singh. I thought he would have played, but
He was the captain of the
He
Indian
was.
Tigers in the under-19 setup. He's hurt himself.
he has. Might be on the kneecap. So we're in the 9th over.
Nothing internal, though. I hope nothing internal,
No.
just an external injury, which is going to be painful, of course.
Impact.
But the umpire will allow for time later on as well. So the captain of the fielding team shouldn't worry.
Could have lost some skin. Looks like he might, as you can see with the support he's receiving there for a Band-Aid. And it's 2 for 57 in the 9th. Grewal 22 off 17. Palumbo 1 off 2.
That's why we call the Aussie Cricket League 2023 a carnival of cricket. You can turn up in big numbers. There's a bouncing castle as well. There's something for all age groups. And cricket at its fulcrum.
And the best chicken sausages you'll ever have in your life.
Dan is going to hammer home that point.
I am. I tell you what, we also had some curry last night and butter chicken, thanks to the Sri Lankans.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it was lovely.
And of course, if you come to the Aussie Cricket League, you can meet Dan.
If you're coming to meet me, it means you've done all your Christmas shopping and you haven't got much to do in the next 36 hours or so before the big fellow comes down the chimney. We're talking, of course, of Santa.
Of course. Who else comes down the chimney unless you have a fetish to do so?
Never climbed
You
down a
have tried
chimney
it.
before.
You know what? You're looking at the weather report and telling yourself you want a reindeer but not the R-A-I-N kind.
There's one of the greats, Lasith Malinga. What a wonderful one-day bowler he was. T20 bowler. He's involved with the Sri Lankan team,
Boy, can he
which is
afford a
terrific
smile.
for them.
He can afford a smile at this stage. 8.157 for 2. The Pacers have done well. The spinners are doing well. He's a bowling coach who ensures that the batters have a very, very difficult time, even in the nets. He's someone who started practicing with just the boots and no batters
Really?
in the nets. Just the boots, because he said that's all I require to hit. And that's how he developed the toe-crushing Yorkers. With the slingy action, it became even more difficult to pick him. And the Australians really had a tough time.
Well, that's one of
Australians have a history of picking, of not picking spinners and pacers of Sri Lanka. It started with Muralidharan, then Malinga followed suit.
Harath was another one that they...
Rangana Herath, yes.
Yes.
Rangana Herath was very innocuous in action at least, but only in action. Once the ball would leave his hand, it was pure magic.
Probably underrated, wasn't he, a bit?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't
I think
think so.
outside the
He's such a
subcontinent, he
humble
was underrated
servant,
a bit. Yeah.
such a humble servant who, especially in Sri Lanka, would tell all the other teams, please come play with us. I just have 10 wickets of yours to take.
2 for 57 after the break. Chandimar's down the leg side, completely missed that one. It's called a wide.
Rightly so.
So Greville's okay now after getting a bit of treatment on that knee.
Palumbo wants to stay put. He has to open up a little bit. Oh, he's gone through the offside.
He has.
And it's a very good shot in the end. Might not have enough fuel for 4. 2 certainly. It's important that Greville doesn't ball watch but runs. There might have been 3.
Lovell, it was 3. Because the two fielders sort of overran that. Bilal and then Solomon's had to go back and collect. And there was probably a chance for a third if the knee wasn't causing him an issue. Pokes at that one. Good piece of fielding in the covers. They get a run though. 2 for 61 in the 9th over.
Anticipation was key there for the fielder.
Oh, he goes high and long this time. Big Greville got underneath the Chandamar delivery and he has cleared the fence and it's hit the tree, the base of the tree, and bounced back. That's a monster by Big Satnam Greville. He moves to 28 of 18. Got all of that and much more, Suhas.
Oh yes, he decided he's anyways hurt. Let's not run at all and let the fielders run. This is marvelous. This was 6 by a mile. Good camera work. They were able to follow exactly where the ball fell. It would have ruffled a few feathers.
2 balls left in the 9th. 2 for 67. He's got 28 of 18.
He's gone
again. That's gone nearly as far. Right over deep mid-wicket, a bit flatter, not as high, but I reckon he got that in the screws. Magnificent.
That injury has told him let's not run at all. 2 sixes back to back. It's gone on to hurt Chandiba the most, not Greville. This is getting bigger and he's ruffling some feathers with wildlife around. Into the foliage once again. I'll tell you what, we need one camera person in a tree house.
I think we do.
This is excellent. And the natural swing as well, Dan. Can you make it a hat-trick of 6s?
Let's see. He didn't allow him in the hitting arc this time, so he swings across the line, flicks it nicely, showed a bit of deft touch then to just get 1 run. Most importantly, he'll keep the strike.
Love the positive batting here by the Indian Tigers after losing the 2nd wicket. The captain as well. 74 for 2 after 9. Palumbo, the quieter. Greville is roaring.
Well, they're like the Lankan Lions after they lost their first game.
Now that Manhattan was formed because Greville decided to launch a couple of missiles towards the foliage. Incredible hitting, and that's the highest runs achieved so far by the Indian Tigers in an over.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's like the Lankan Lions, the Indian Tigers here, that everyone is contributing. Ravish, not so much his day today. Connor Carroll as well. But Satnam, maybe his turn with the bat. Palumbo's been consistent. We haven't seen Jack Taylor yet, and they've got some other batters to come in. There's quite a good crowd here. Looking forward to this big semi between India and Sri Lanka. Pakistan and the Mavericks next.
That's going to be a cracker of a contest too. You can't move your eyes away from your screens. The only reason that you would want to do so is to come over here at the KC Fields and enjoy the game. Simple as that. Aussie Cricket League 2023, the 4 deserving semi-finalists battling it out for a place in the final.
Well beaten yesterday, the Mavericks, but as Grant O'Hara said, probably forget about that game. Bilal, flat delivery, didn't allow Greville to get underneath it, but he does play it nicely, fending it away on the onside to move to 36 off 21.
Bilal, another spinner in the factory that Sri Lanka's got.
Again, a flatter delivery that Palumbo has lots of gaps to be able to work through on the onside. A lot of the fielders protecting out the deep, and he gets another one out to deep mid-wicket.
The only reason that Palumbo is playing this way is because Grewal striking the ball cleanly and a long, long way.
Now he gets one that holds up a bit. Oh, Palumbo comes down the wicket. He didn't move at all, Grewal. Luckily, the return came to the keeper, and then he throws back to Bilal, but he got back in time as he chopped that away.
The reason he said no Grewal is because Grewal knew how hard he'd hit it and how quickly it's going to go to the fielder. Mapa could not take his gloves off, and hence that throw had no power.
Next one well taken by Mapa.
Anyways, the keepers are there to collect the throws firstly.
As he gave
And get
himself
them in.
room to try and crack it through the covers. And now he gets one on the hip that he works away behind square again. And he moves to 37 off 24. One ball remaining here in the 10th, and the Indians flying.
It's a good over so far, just 3 runs of it, and love the fact that Bilal's mixing it up nicely. This was slightly quicker though.
Turned away again on the onside. As we said, there's no one really available to cut off runs inside the circle on the onside, so they can get runs at will. And Palumbo does that. He's 5. Grewal 37 off 24. 10 overs gone. It's 2 for 78. Run rate at 7.8. And we're here for Landmark Investments, our major sponsor. First of the semi-finals between Sri Lanka, as we see Nu and Kulasekara having a chat to Bilal. Now Grant's going to come back in and join the great man Suhas.
Sahan Pereira has been given another over because he was successful in removing the captain of Indian Tigers from the equation. When so many spinners are bowling, as Grant comes in and settles in, so many spinners are bowling, the overs tend to go by quickly. But Grewal's ensuring that doesn't happen because there is a ball hunt sometimes.
Doesn't
2
he hit
sixes
the ball
back to back.
cleanly? What an impressive striker of the ball.
If Palumbo is keeping quiet, that's because Grewal is roaring. Backing away, but playing a defensive stroke. Second thoughts.
He's also keeping quiet because he's a very intelligent cricketer, Scott Palumbo. If he notes his partners is in form and going for it, he'll just look to tap it around and get him on strike. Very good matchups.
Oh yes, he was setting up for that shot. And that was 6 halfway through. It's the 3rd in the foliage.
And Palumbo goes down and just pats his mate on the shoulder and said, great hit. And Palumbo will look to go through the innings here. But while Grill's in this sort of form, wow, that is a terrific shot. Down on one knee, the full swing, and that hit the tree about halfway up. Even higher.
Oh, this time inside out, and I think he's found the gap very, very nicely. Oh, good stop. Very good stop in the end. I think he was fueled by belief once again that if he puts in the dive, Grant, he'll be able to stop it. But that was good placement.
Very good placement, and you can just see how when a player gets the pace of this wicket and is starting to feel confident, get full value for your shots.
Oh, very good shot once again. Good cricket all around. Pereira pushes it faster. Less air, almost yocking him. But Grewal's big bat did come through.
Now Palumbo, who plays his cricket for West in the Premier League in Brisbane, also played for Queensland in the Shield.
He's playing the difficult shots of these, Palumbo.
Boy, oh boy, he just took one step away and then drilled that down on the offside.
After 10 overs, you just sense how good a batting track it's become. Grewal can take quiet singles too.
Yeah, smart batting. Plus it was the end of the over. Get down to the other end, the man on strike, the man in form, stay on strike. 47 off 28.
42 runs are just 23 balls. It's been a long time, and I think it's the first time in the Aussie Cricket League 2023 that in a semi-final, 42 or 23 from 6 to 11 overs.
I think the Indian...
Indians have started to attack even more after the field restrictions were lifted, Dan. Grant, sorry. Where's my coffee?
Yeah, I've got them in their noses in front here at the Indian Tigers at the moment at 8 runs and over. Right on track for a big score. Like they must be looking now to post to it like something around the 170. And some really good players still to come in.
There was some moisture in the track when we went out for the toss. And you also had a look at it earlier. There was some moisture. And the Lankan Lions wanted to bowl first anyway. Indian Tigers winning the toss and choosing to bat first. There was some concern. This one spun back in sharply. The bowler thinks it's pad first.
Looking for his captain to say, he'll consult with both the keeper, the bowler, and yes, I'd say the keeper convinced him there. That's what they seem to do these days. What I understand happens with these teams, they have about 2 or 3 guys that they go to. And they say, righto, we're going to listen to you, and you. And obviously the keeper's in a very good spot. But that turns back a long way. I'm happy with the decision, to be honest, because it's turned so far. Gee, he turns the ball a long way, doesn't he, this off-spinner?
Does Balal. And he's also got the one that keeps straight. That creates more problems for the batter. So beautifully flighted. Look how much it turns. Oh!
It's turned too much for mine. Snap back. Missing leg. It's hit him when he's standing in line with the leg stump. So this cannot be given out, in my view. More right, middle and leg. Okay, I'll give you that, but it's still got at least half a metre to spin, and that's just how much spinning. Okay, on the middle stump, I will give that, and then it was
Grant,
definitely pad first, but I still think it's doing too much.
Grant is this close, and I'm holding my fingers very, very close to each other. He's this close to giving this out now, Grant. Grant started off.
We were talking about yesterday. Those wickets are only 22 centimetres wide from off stump to leg stump, and look at the distance that ball still has to travel. So if he hits it in the middle here, hits him in the middle, it's still got about half a metre to travel.
Grantometer has been swaying from one end to the other.
No, I'm sticking the knot out.
He's taking the knot out, and I think that's a great decision indeed. He's way ahead. The ball's got so much to spin. For a spinner, it's the spin that has cost him this wicket.
Yeah, it's spun a long way. And yeah, sticking with not out. It would have looked good live because it did hit in the middle. I'm going to go middle now. I moved around a bit, didn't I?
Day 17. Commentators are losing their mind.
It's been a long week, a great week.
I'm the flag bearer of that right now.
What a fantastic tournament this has been.
47 at 29. What an innings it's been from Grewal.
And 50 beckons.
Oh, that's a good delivery in the end. But still, Grewal has squeezed it past. It's going to be 4. Grewal gets his half century, and it couldn't have come at a better time. He's lit up the semi-final, accepted the opportunity, and churned out 51 of just 30.
And that is a wonderful 50 by Grewal. 30 balls, 9 dots only, 3 4s and 4 6s. Striking at 170 in a final. Well played.
He's hit more 6s than 4s. Oh, it's coming back for 2. And I think Grewal signaled that injury is not there anymore. At least not in his mind.
And that's also been a feature of his innings. He's turned 1s into 2s, 2s into 3s. He's picked the right ball to hit.
The only thing he's been trying to do is turn 6s into 8s.
Absolutely.
Hits them very far.
If they could give an 8, I reckon they would have given a couple of 8s.
If clean hitting had a definition, it'll start with the word Grewal. This is going to be another boundary.
And that was in the air for a little way, but wide of the fielder, and he gets enough on it to get down for 4.
Grant, every time an edge has been generated, because the power of Grival's been such that it's cleared the man inside the circle. And then the 50 partnership comes up, 100 comes up for India, so many records tumbling, and this could be another. Just enough fuel as well. The great Kulasekara just kept delaying his dive and soon realized the boundary rope's fast approaching.
And look at that, the turn again, but just did enough. That late cut down to third man, which is vacant. The deep third man.
Where do you set a field for him? Just tells you why that ball spun so much has been a bigger problem for the Lankan Lions, because what's followed is a hat-trick of boundaries.
And some smart decision-making too by the Indian Tigers. Right-handers are able to deal with this off-spin better at this end.
3 boundaries in the over. And a gentle single to suggest he wants the strike. 12 gone, and 105 for 2.
I agree, and a very strong suggestion. He's done that a couple of times, and Palumbo would hand it up more than willingly because of just how well Grewal is playing.
15 runs of this over, and the Manhattan gets better and better.
Yeah,
46 deliveries for the first 50 because there was some moisture on the surface. 24 delivery for the second one because it didn't matter if there was moisture in the surface because Grewal's going well.
Absolutely. 62 off 34. Wow, in a semi-final against the team that's taken all before them so far. Let's see how they respond. The Lankan Lions.
You called it yesterday. You said that the Lankan Lions are a team that do well because they play well together. They lift each other up. Now is a testing time for them. Hemanta Jayasundara Kumbu, if he is utilized in the 13th over and that's all he's got to do in the game with the ball in hand, it's going to be all paces towards the end.
Oh,
who said a spinner can't bowl a bouncer?
That's right.
That almost was one. Remember Kes Ahmed bowled one to Andre Russell?
Yep. Anchors his back foot, and I spoke a little bit earlier about how often in Australia we like to use our feet to the spin, but playing to the conditions, just anchor your back foot and swing hard.
He's been striking the ball with a lot of might. Not the might with an Australian accent, but M-I-G-H-T.
M-I-G-H-T, yes.
That's not a bad option at all from Hemanta. Kept it slow, kept it away from the batter who was already creating room for himself. Palumbo has tried it a few times.
Yeah, just step away, give himself some room, and Plummer's going to go 2 now by the looks. He's saying we've got plenty of wickets in hand. He's got 200 in his mind, but he's going to go.
When he gets closer to the ball, he gets a single.
Yeah, he's just such an intelligent player. He still will play each ball on its merit if it's not there to hit. But look at this over. Look at stemming the flow. What a 3 dots and 2 singles. See if he can finish off.
Grewal wanted to go big again. Mapa misses, single available. 3 runs is still a good result for Hemanta. Finishes his quota with 0 of 19. 0 for 19. Hemanta usually picks up wickets. It's 1 by, remember. So he doesn't get that run added. Happy with 18 runs conceded at a time when Indian Tigers have scored 108 in 13 overs.
And good work there by the keeper, because that ball did spin viciously. And I think he might have even copped it in the helmet. But saved the 4 boys, only 1 by. Let's have a look at this. Righto.
Greval suggesting.
That meant something, didn't it?
Yeah, it
That
meant
50
something
there was
to
a
him.
big celebration for the 50. It really meant something to him.
He accepted what the fans had to give him. He accepted the applause from the dugout and also suggested that I'm still there. Very good delivery once again.
That one kept a little low, playing a miss. Pereira will take that.
The thing about Pereira is that he starts off really well. It's the second, the third ball that he really starts to falter.
Oh, okay, let's see. Now, Mr. Pereira, you're under pressure here from Suas.
No, not at all.
Balls 2 and 3.
Very well bowled. Greval wanting to go hard at it as always. That's the way he bats.
Yes.
And do you believe that in this day and age, Pereira is really underlining the word slow in slow left arm orthodox?
He's got 2 speeds, hasn't he?
Slow and slow.
Yeah, no, the batter too. He's got one that just guides and the other one that goes powerfully.
Oh well, that was quite an act. And we shifted to the right angle at the right time as well to get that dance. Catch and mouse, Mapa and Palombo. Oh yes, what it's actually done is confused the keeper more. It's going to be 4.
And the batter shuffling across the crease first looked to go off and then wide outside leg, and the bowler followed him, and that was difficult to try and stop for the keeper. But a good result for the Indian Tigers. What was that call? Was that called wides? Yes, 4 wides.
5 runs put on a platter and served to the Indian Tigers. Now this is why Palombo had been trying to do this for all this while. What he did there was obscure the keeper, confuse the bowler. And Sahan gets into a very funny position as he lets go of the ball, doesn't he?
Yeah. I can't, gee, that would have been a wonderful piece of keeping. And wides, yeah, called wides.
Two-flighted Palombo would be kicking himself to have missed out on that opportunity.
But the good news, the dynamic Grill back on strike.
He's called for 2. And Palombo was going to respond anyway. Good work. And the throw arrived so late. There's
Very
no
good running,
challenge.
yeah. I think these guys, these sweepers, when the balls hit that slowly, it's nearly 2 every time. It only just crept out of the circle.
I think Greval's become more complete a batter. We only associate brute force with him. Now he's showing other signs of softness while coming back for 2, pushing the ball, nurdling the ball. And then he'll do this as well. Good work by Sahan Pereira, not allowing Greval to get underneath this one. 14 gone, 117 for 2.
And that's, you actually said it better than me. That's what I meant by the 2 speeds. He's got that little nudge that will place the ball and look at getting 2, or he's got the power hit.
Now 50 or 28 is the contribution of Greval in this wonderful partnership, and Palombo has assisted him with 10.
And played a role. You know, it's the last thing Grell needs at the moment are wickets falling at the other end. When you can still bat in a partnership, that gives him some confidence and
Absolutely.
the ability to keep going. So I think we're going to get a bowling change. Well, we have to have a bowling change because he'd finished his 4 and didn't he bowl beautifully again?
Nuwan Kulasekara has been brought back. I think it's a stroke of desperation from the captain Mahela Udavate, but it might work in his favour. Reason being, not just that India have been able to strike a partnership, but this partnership has come of great time, Grant. 69 runs in no time.
Well, they've been able to maintain that strike rate. They've started around 8 and they've just kept going at 8. Six eights of 48. That takes them past the 160, doesn't it? So they'll be looking to increase above the 8, maybe go to 10. That would take them 178, 180.
He did something there. He did something there. I think he talked to himself.
Oh, batters, I think, talk to themselves all the time. Yeah, as a batter, you have those voices in your head all the time. You know, keep your head down. A lot of batters have certain cues. You know, it might be something just simple, clear their mind and go, watch the ball, watch the ball, watch the ball, and that's the only thing that matters. And they let their natural ability take over from there.
Do keepers have one too, in terms of having a good rhythm, getting into good positions? It was a back of the hand, slower delivery, but Palumbo waited.
Not so much as, yes they do, but not so much as a batter because as a keeper, what you've got to be particularly aware of, just as when you're batting too, is when to be switch on and when to switch off. You don't get to field many balls in T20, I mean take many balls from the bowler. You're mostly taking returns from the outfield. So just knowing when to switch on and switch off as a keeper is really important.
Oh, good Yorker. Grewal was backing away this time, and just somehow he's brought that big backlift down on time.
Not giving his wicket away. He's taking responsibility for this innings right from the get-go. Only faced 44 balls.
Really well done by Grewal. 68 of 45, an innings of substance when it's mattered the most.
And that's the highest score. I just heard the third umpire say that's the highest score for the tournament so far. 68 of 45, coming in the semi-final.
For the Indian Tigers for sure. Oh wow! Got into a great position. Palumbo was loading this shot for a while. On Christmas Day, let's all go for a leather hunt because there's so many balls that we've lost in that area.
That's lovely. So I love the way you brought Christmas into that, given that we're so close. It's such a lovely time of the year. And look at that. Cleared the boundary beautifully. That was almost gift wrapped.
So true. Now Ronnie Chopra scored 67. Just confirmation of what Grant was telling you. Ravi Srivastava, the captain of Indian Tigers, he scored 67 of 39. What an innings that was versus the Kangaroos. Solomon's just yesterday, 65 of 31 against Sydney Mavericks. He tore them apart. And Farhan Zakhil's 58 was so much fun to watch versus the Perth Phantoms. Today, Satnam Grewal has managed 68 and red ink for his 45 balls that he has faced. And it's just continuing to get better.
And what they've done, they've just paced this innings beautifully. They started off 36 in the first block of 5, 41 in the second block of 5, and in the third block of 5 increased to 60. So this acceleration's just timing this very nicely. They must have that 180 in sight for sure.
Now, Indians will be very disappointed if we don't get that 180. They don't get that 180. Tigers. And this man would be key in pushing past 180 as well. If Grewal sticks around, entertain thoughts of a big, big total. We've got Dan coming in with Grant to take you through the next 5. It's going to be quite a ride.
I agree. There's a first-class cricketer called Jack Taylor still to come in, who has the fastest 50 in T20 for the Gloucester club.
Wow.
So there's plenty of batting still to come. There's another fellow called Addy Grewal, who bats very well. He's a left-hander. And welcome back to you, Dan.
Thanks, Grant. And with Jack Taylor, he's also got the fastest list 800 for Gloucester of 52 balls, playing for Kingston Hawks this year in the Premier Cricket Comp in Melbourne. So Sri Lanka getting, or the Lankan Lions getting a bit of their medicine of yesterday. 61 off the last 5. That would have to be the best 5-over split in the tournament run-wise, I would have thought. Just about, anyway. Vinu in the attack. Swung away. And able to cut it off in the deep. That too short there. Palumbo batting well, though. Another nice innings this. 3 good ones in a row, Grant.
Yeah, quality player. Smart player. Just try and get Grewal back on strike.
2 for 128. Won't with that delivery, which is right on line, and he just fends it back to the bowler, defending.
And now I think he'll also look to take some responsibility too. He's got a 6 hit in him.
Vinu, and he opens up, gives himself room and misses. I thought initially, because he didn't quite take a cleanly mapper, but got it on the second grab, he might have got enough on that to get it over the keeper's head.
And look at that, just anchoring his foot behind the crease.
Yeah. Now he swings the next one. Again out to deep mid-wicket. Bilal having a lot of work to do out there in that position.
Plummer was a bit disappointed with himself then. He didn't quite get it and he felt it was there. You could see him swishing the bat as he's running down the wicket. But the good news is the informed Grewal's now on strike.
He'll have plenty of runs to bowl with as well, you'd think. Certainly over 160. Vinu. Full credit to Wada. It hasn't quite worked for them today, but they haven't stopped thinking and making bowling changes with all their spinners. Gives himself room, but he mishits it and just plays it back off the toe end of the bat to the bowler.
And Vinu pushing that through. No air. Won't get as much spin that way, but...
Again, it's short, and he swings on the crease. Did he hurt his knee as he swung on the crease? It's a wide going down the leg side. He made a bit of a meal of that. We know that he hurt himself. 2 for 130. Now he swings the next one. Did he get enough of that? He did, and gee, unfortunately for the fielder at deep mid-wicket, he got a bit of an unfair bounce as it bounced away from him. Let's have a look at this.
Oh,
incredible. A deep
that
backward
was
square.
unlucky because they normally spin right to left, and that one's just held its line. When you hit like that, so many times as a youngster, I used to run into the ball like that and it'd be not knowing it was spinning, and it's coming to me, and then all of a sudden it takes comes to a leg break. That didn't take any break at all.
You can't call that a misfield, can you? That is just bad luck.
It was a bit of bad luck, really. It just held its line, that ball. And then bounced high over his head. So all the luck, all the good skill, and all the momentum going with the Indian Tigers. 73 to Grewal. Palumbo, 19 off 18, playing that support role. 4 overs left.
180, they can get it.
Got to be 180, and I'm saying 190.
Oh.
190 if they are going to be using a further, well, let's assume that the next 4 or 5 are all good players. Certainly if Jack Taylor hasn't been in yet, they most certainly are, and I know Addy Gruel is.
Yes.
And they are sort of players that'll be, well, they'll have to go from the first ball they get out there.
So they're taking a while here to set a field, and Udawada having a chat to Kulasakura, who was going to bowl, but I think he's changed his mind. And Ross Genoda had a chat to him as well, and he's just thinking, maybe we just hold fire with you, Nguyen. And I know with Genoda, I think they were thinking about him too.
And this is the experience here, Dan. This is where we've got international players who are thinking this through. And sometimes they have a first thought, go down, talk to the bowler, and then said, no, look, I think we change this. For the inexperienced captain, often they'll just go with their first thought. And sometimes often it's right, but if there's another option, and here's Kure, who has bowled well in the tournament so far, having his first over, we haven't, having his first over at the 17th over. A little bit of pressure on Kure, but they do rate him as one of their death bowlers, and we're getting to that stage of the game right now.
They need a wicket. Palumbo 19 of 18. Greville, highest score of the tournament, 73 of 48 individually. It's been a feature to watch by the big man. 2 for 134. Current run rate 8.38. Kure wide of the off stump, it caught! Edging, trying to see if he could get it wider of the wicketkeeper Mapper, but he takes a very good catch, close to where first slip was. Great start. Well, I'll tell you what, that is good captaincy. He took a while to make a decision, but it's worth getting a wicket with his first ball, Kure, and Palumbo out, caught behind.
And I'm going to give a big rap to the captain, Mahalia. If ever you needed vindication that you made the right decision, well, I think he made it together with Kulasakura, but that's it. The big wicket of Palumbo. And Kure takes a wicket from the first ball he bowls. Palumbo played a role.
Different sort of role today, wasn't it? But the right role with Greville in very good form.
As you become more experienced in cricket, and we had a chat to the young fellow last night, didn't we? The young under-19 player. And Sandeep from the Punjab region of India. And we just said, look, he didn't have a day to remember yesterday. And what was missing from him was his ability to problem solve and then get himself into a new zone. Whereas these guys, they are different. They've had so much cricket experience. They sort of comes to them, they go, right, no, I think we need to be doing this now, which was against my first plan.
I think not having Ronnie Chopra there, he knows pretty well, is a bit of a mentor. That was a little bit of a disadvantage for him. I know Treminder's a good captain, but of course they don't know each other that well either, I believe, but it'll come with time. But he's a lovely young man.
And a good catch. I'll give the good catch by the keeper. Nice one. He's going quickly to his right.
It'll be Jack Taylor. It'll be Jack Taylor, I reckon.
We're just checking on this. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So our first look at Jack Taylor, the Gloucester captain, 4 years for T20.
And a good pick up for the Kingston Hawks, who've been perennial battlers in the Victorian Premier Cricket competition for the last few years or so. He would give them a lot of experience. Here's Kure, 1 for none. Taylor down the ground said, I'm here, welcome. Bang, 4, what a start. Beautiful shot, lofted drive. That was in the slot, and he didn't even need a cider grant. 3 for 138 in the 17th.
That was so good to watch. Here we are, talked up Jack Taylor. Let's take a look at the replay. He did bowl in the well, just short. Wasn't a bad ball at all. But there's always space above the bowler's head, and the umpire's head straight down the ground. And what a nice start by Taylor. I think
these two might really explode in the last few overs. Couré to Taylor. It's a slow one. He plays across the line this time. Out to deep mid-wicket. Vinu does the fielding in from the boundary. So 5 from 2 for Taylor. 3 for 139. Greville on strike now. Well, if these two can bat the way they normally bat, you think 180 is right on the cards, maybe more.
And this game is living up to all the pre-game hype. Two quality sides going at each other.
Couré wide of the off stump. Oh, gets a French cut here from well outside the off stump. Didn't move his feet, nearly chopped it back on, but this has been the operative word about the French cuts, nearly. Not many have chopped back on. But a run, 3 for 140. Greville 74 off 49. Couré wide of the off stump, and Taylor didn't move his feet. Was it inside the blue line?
No, it wasn't. It was
marginal.
called
No,
wide.
it wasn't. It was just outside.
And he stayed. He yanked himself right on middle, so
Yeah.
there was no adjustment by the umpire needed. Just missed the blue line and rightfully called it wide.
Very clever by Taylor then that he didn't shuffle across. And now he also gets an inside edge that wanders dangerously towards the timber, but towards Big Genoda at deep backward square for another run. So he's 6 off 3.
These good hitters, these big hitters, I love the way they just keep their balance. Talking about anchoring and getting your levers all the way through the ball, head still, eyes on the ball.
Last ball of the 17th. Couré. Greville gets one in the slot that he drives down to whitish long on for another run. Pretty good over by Couré. Got away with his first ball. 9 runs from it. For Landmark Investments, 3 overs to go. India won the toss, elected to bat. They're 3 for 143. The highlight, Satnam Greville's brilliant 75 off 50.
And the feature of his batting has been his 2 speeds. He's either guided the ball for a single or 2, or it's been the big hit. So he's playing the bowling on its merits.
And if it's 8 and over, it'll be about 168 projected for the last 3. 10 and over, 173. They might want a few more than that, but still I reckon anything over 170. Mind you, we saw Sri Lanka bat first yesterday and make 198. And if Solomons gets going early, it'll be game on. Here's Vinu now. Flatter delivery, pulled away by Greville. But he didn't get a lot on it. Out into the deep on the onside for another run.
Vinu spearing it in. Danger when you're bowling as flat as this, that if you do drop too short, there's plenty of room on the leg side.
Vinu again spears it in, and it's pulled away from the off stump by Taylor, the Gloucester captain. Mike Hussey spent some time there. I think Mick Proctor might have played there, did he? Sure he did, one of the greats. Here's Vinu again, a little bit more air, beats Greville outside the off stump.
Only an Australian like you and I could call him Mick Proctor, but
really,
when he's known as Mike around absolutely everywhere around the world. But no, we're Australian. That's how we
he
roll.
Didn't care too much, did he? Very wide of the off stump, too wide.
I met him. I met all the 1970 South African cricket side.
Yes, you went over for a tour, didn't you? For a
No, it wasn't a tour. We were actually doing a memorabilia piece called The Conquerors for them.
Yeah, that last ball wasn't called a wide. May not matter because Greville's got underneath this, smacked it long and high, attempting to take the catch, not taken, and it goes over the rope for 6. Previous ball, I reckon, was outside the blue line, but because Greville had moved across his crease, it wasn't called wide. The next one he said, oh, I won't worry about it, I'll just whack this out of the ground if I get underneath it. And the fielder did a pretty good job to get back to try and take the catch, but it cleared him. The straight hit. Now he gets one on the leg stump as he hit on the pad. He's right across his stumps. And he's been given out. He's right across his stumps. He exposed the stumps. And he's been given out. He's decided to take it to the third umpire. Attempting to sweep. He's on 82. Again, Vinu changing his variation. A flatter one.
Not out. It's actually not out.
You think it's
Should
not
be
out?
because it's hitting me outside the line of off.
Yeah. Well, he was right across, wasn't he? He had exposed the other two stumps and it hit the second pad.
So
Just
when
on
we
the
see
edge of that off stump ground.
Yeah, I think it's no doubt would have hit the stumps, but look at where it hits him. That's outside off.
Yeah.
And a long way outside off. So that's actually a really good review because you want to keep him out there. Look at that, and actually it would have been lucky to hit off in the end. So your good call, Dan. Yep, came right across to the offside, but that's outside off. And in the laws of cricket, that's clearly not out.
Not out. Clearly not out. And he clasps the hand of Jack Taylor, Satnam Greville, breathes a sigh of relief. We might get our first 100 in the tournament. There's still 18 runs needed and 2 overs left.
And the Indian Tigers retain their reviews and have one left. And that was a good one, Dan.
Correct. It was a good delivery by Vinu. I reckon he's done a pretty good job. 2 overs for 15.
You know, some days, and this has been a class innings, but some days the luck just goes with you.
It does.
You know, other days that would have been 3 centimetres and hitting off, you know, and you're out. Or you're one of those French cuts actually plays on. But you make your own luck too.
Correct. Of course, as we discussed yesterday, and I learned a lot yesterday from the great Grant O'Hara about the distance between the stumps, and there's not much there, is there? 22 centimetres, and the weight of the ball. So Greville 82 off 55. Taylor on strike 7 off 4. Now Kulasakara in. Slower delivery. It is crunched away through the offside by Taylor. Down to long off for another run, and he brings Greville on strike. Can he get his century with 11 balls to go? 3 sixes will do it. He's capable of achieving that. 3 for 152. Been a magnificent innings by Big Satnam Greville. Ready for Kulasakara. He swings across the line again. And they'll come back for 2. Good running.
Do you know the name of the shot that actually looks like a French cut but goes between the legs, Dan?
No, what's that
The
called?
draw shot.
The raw shot.
Draw. D-R-A-W.
Draw shot. Draw.
The draw shot.
We know all about the draw in golf, Grant, don't we?
Yeah, I think that was like a French cut or maybe even the draw shot, that one.
Yeah, the bottom of the bat. Again, good bowling, shifting in his crease. Flicked by Taylor, as Greville got one from the previous one.
I love seeing these classy players like Taylor. He just seems to see it so early, and then feature being the straight hit.
He's been in their squad for the entire tournament, but only available, ironically, for the semi-final at this stage. Kulasakara to Taylor, who whacks down the ground. Should be caught. Dropped. Just not their day, the Sri Lankans. Yesterday, I reckon they catch that. Today, they don't.
And that was going like a tracer bullet, but the quality of the fielding from the Sri Lankans is normally very, very high, and they'd be disappointed he put that one down.
3 for 155. And this is swung away behind square by Taylor. And that's a lovely boundary, just a little bit short, not quite getting his line right today, Nguyen Kulasakra. That's on leg stump. And there was no protection behind square then. And he just flicked that magnificently, defiantly, with disdain off his legs for a boundary to go to 13. Greville 84, dropped off the previous one. When he hit it down the throat of the fielder between long off and long on. 3 for 159, one ball remaining in this over. Taylor bowls, better by Kulasakra, goes underneath his bat. Well up delivery, and he finishes with none for 26 from 4, which is still pretty solid. So 1 over remaining, and the Indian Tigers winning the toss, electing to bat, accumulating a pretty good score at the moment, 3 for 159. Greville still some chance. He'll face of getting his century. He's 84 off 57. Taylor 19 off 8.
And if I'm the Indian Tigers, my target's now 175. If I get 175, I think that that's very defensible.
If they can get it under 170, the Lankans, they'd be happy with that too, I reckon.
Yes. Anything under 170 will be a pass mark for them.
Vinu, who's been a bit of a surprise packet. In fact, this is the second time we've seen this happen. They're about to bring a bowler in, and Udawada has changed his mind. He had Vinu about to bowl. He's put the cap back on.
And if Grill is to get 100, he's going to need to face at least 4 balls in this over, you would think. 4 boundaries away, 4 fours along the ground, of course. A couple of 6s would change it up very quickly.
Well, Cure got that wicket, 1 for 9 in his only over so far.
And there's the partnership, 25 runs of 18 balls. The Lincoln Lions have pulled the scoring back in a little bit there. You're going well and truly more than a run of ball earlier.
Here's Greville getting ready for Cure. Start of the last over. And he gets a low full toss that he drives down the ground to long off for 1. Hit it too firmly. Can't get any more than 1. He moves to 85 off 58.
And the perfect death ball. The low, as you called it, Dan, the low full toss. Almost in the block hold, and you can't do much more than just drive that down the ground, those type of deliveries. Great bowling, Correa.
Jack Taylor in addition to this team today. 19 off 8. Ready for Cure. And that's good bowling. He swings it away just around the corner. Tucked him up a little bit. And he doesn't get any bat at all off the thigh pad.
I've had a call of from the in here. Was that a no ball above waist height? He's saying, what's saying? They're saying, was that above waist height? And umpires signalled that it was going down. So he's going to have a check. We're going to have a check, and that's good.
Yep.
That's good umpiring.
I don't think it was above waist height.
I was talking to the first-class umpire last night.
Ash Barrow.
And this the way, the mode of operation for umpires is these days, if technology's there, use it. If technology's there, use it. So we're having a look at whether this was waist height.
I thought it was dropping.
I need a side on because we can't really see from the front on there. We need a side on view of that. And then if we could stop it, he's a tall man.
I don't know how you feel, Grant, but I think it's one of the more inconsistent decisions in the game. Let's have a look.
As it's going past the bat, this is what I think, as it's going past the bat, it is above. When it gets to his hip and hits him, it's below. So I can understand why the umpire is a little unsure. Now, how do we do this?
And he's standing without crouching. or tiptoeing it. So his stance is normal, is what I'm trying to say here. It's not a no ball.
Okay, we've got that confirmed then.
Yeah.
And see his foot is on the crease. So once it got past the bat, it actually did dip. Good umpiring. That's
Very
exactly what he saw live. A ball at sort
Yeah.
of 120 kilometres an hour. And I'm glad we've cleared that up.
Certainly think if Greville was on strike, it wouldn't have even been looked at. Taylor's a smaller man. Most of them are smaller than Big Greville. Maybe not Janota, maybe not Irfan Jr. of Pakistan will play in the second semi.
Let's just get confirmation. I think it's play on.
Yeah, taking a while though. We've got 4 balls left here. Another leg bye. I'd love to see the number of leg byes to break down on the extras. A lot of leg byes in this innings.
Can he connect with a 6 and bring 100 into play? Wouldn't that be exciting?
Certainly would.
But
Correct.
Correct. Just meeting his assignment here at the moment. Different pace, 2 different speeds, and a consistent death bowling length.
Here's Curate, and now he hits it high and long. Has he got enough of that? No, he hasn't. And the catch is taken.
And what have we missed, Dan? Because something's going on here. He's not going off. It was a free hit.
It was a free hit. It was a no ball.
So did we miss the no ball?
Well, we didn't think it was a no ball.
Yes, apology to our audience. We didn't see the signal for the no ball, but it was clearly a free hit.
Well, he got underneath it. And again, unlucky for the Sri Lankans. Whether that was a premeditated shot.
Okay, so that was considered to be above waist height.
Well, I didn't see, because we heard the third umpire say no ball, and then I didn't see the arm go out. And I still don't believe it was a no ball, but anyway, it was called. Greville 86 off 59. Caught of a no ball with the free hit, which we didn't see come up on the screen. But anyway, that's up to us to look, or me to look anyway. 3 for 164 in the 20th. Good delivery, full of length. Greville plays it away to the onside for 1. Will they come back for 2? No, they won't. And he's 87 off 60, the old Devil's number. 3 for 165. This has generally been a pretty good over by Couré, and he's 2 overs. I think it was a good move, a master stroke by Udawade to bring him on
And
at the last minute.
And we said that anything less than 170, the LANKAN Lions would be okay with, and 175 was the big call for the Indian Tigers. And we need a couple of lusty blows to get to the 175.
I think they've done okay to rein it in here with this experienced bowling lineup. Vinu with his change of variation. The spinner. Couré late. Bowling at the death. This is down the leg side, and Taylor doesn't get any bat on that, and it's called a wide. Another run, another ball. Still 2 balls to go.
Doesn't get any bat, but he gets an extra ball. And Couré just put his hand up and said, sorry, fellas, got away from me there. Taylor batted nicely. Can he connect? Get that big 6.
14 off 10. Enjoying himself out there. Couré with him. Taylor gets a slower delivery that he whacks down and only gets 1. And Big Greville thought about a second run, but Taylor had his back to him and he quickly retreats down to deep mid-wicket, where a lot of the singles have been scored today by the
He definitely thought it too. He was charging back.
He was.
But Taylor said, no, mate, get to 90. You're the man in form.
Chance to bat through the innings. Saddam Greville and face just over half the legal balls.
Couré, I'm going to suggest that maybe a slower ball, just short of length, maybe the key. Nothing on speed and full.
Wide of the off stump. He just dabs it away. Shot the stumps. He misses. He threw it too hard. Mapper couldn't take it cleanly. They go for a second run and overthrown. It's out.
You'll only get one, but
Yep.
the ball was right. It was a slow ball outside off stump. No pace. Oh boy.
Why didn't you just throw underarm to the keeper? Mapper had to take evasive action, but then good
The ball's
back up.
The ball's stick into his hand then under the pressure of the last ball. But Corey, look at the Sri Lankans, they're high-fiving. I think they're happy. They thought at one stage they were looking down the barrel of that 180 plus. But a big hand for Gruel. What a lovely innings. And he gets run out at the end.
Run out off the last ball.
So something did happen at 87 for him. He gets one to take him to 88, but obviously not the 89. He's been given out. But take a bow. What a lovely innings. As I said, it was basically an innings of two speeds. Fast and very controlled. Here he is.
I thought you were going to say fast and then faster.
Well, he played his ball on its merits. If it was there to hit, he hit it and he connected with them beautifully. If it was there for a single or two, he took those as well. And he's obviously very happy. He batted throughout, didn't he? He opened the batting.
He did. That's a lovely innings. One of the innings of the tournament.
So, look at this, Dan. 61 he faced, so he faced exactly half the balls.
88 of 61, run out of the last ball, Grewal. Carroll, 14 of 14. They all got starts. Ravish, 11 of 16. Palombo, that was a great partnership with Grewal, and he played the sheet anchor. Terrific, 19 of 19. And we saw Jack Taylor, the Gloucester captain, who's been a star in T20 cricket and one-day cricket over in England, 15 off 11 in for his first game doing his job. So they finished at 4 for 168. 21 extras, a lot of those leg buys.
Well, let me get my maths right. I think that's a quarter of the balls. But anyway, it was good. Great innings.
Most runs, and he's got 111 runs in the tournament. Anthony Lane, 106 for the Sultans who played today. Remembering he has played one more game. Ronnie Chopra, 105 for the Mavericks. Hoping he'll get up. There's still some issues with that calf. Ravish has also had a reasonable tournament as well with that 67. Let's have a look at the bowling card. Tougher day at the office for the Lankan Lions today. Kulaseka none for 26, 9 dots. Arosh none for 11. Hamatha, after being expensive in the first over, fought back well, 13 dots, none for 18. 1 for 25 Bilal, 1 for 27 Pereira. Chandamar none for 18. These a lot of bowlers. Vinu none for 15, and I liked Kure at the end, Grant. 1 for 17 to that 7, 13, 19, 32, 35, 44 dots.
And 8 bowlers.
8 bowlers.
8 bowlers used. So, what a great game we have brewing here. The Indian Tigers winning the toss and deciding to bat, and the Lankan Lions needing 169 to win the semi-final.
Have they got enough, India?
Oh, gee, I think this could go either way, Dan, but I'll get off the fence and say I don't think they have. I think they just left a few out there. I wanted 175. I just think that was that mental position that would have held them in really good stead. But they need to bowl well. If they do that, they're every chance.
We'll see what their fast bowlers do. And Clive Rose, who's played cricket for the Hobart Hurricanes in the Big Bash and also the Melbourne Stars, and for Victoria and Tasmania in first-class cricket and one-day cricket, is expected to be the impact player for the Indian Tigers. One of 2 changes today, along with the Gloucester player Jack Taylor. So 169 needed by the Lankan Lions to move into the final tomorrow. Run rate required at 8.45. Of course, the second semi later on for Landmark Investments, our major sponsor, the Pakistani Sultans, and of course, the Sydney Mavericks. But we look forward to seeing what the Lankan Lions can do in the run chase very shortly.
So true.
Last ball, and he's on the move, Grewal, and he flays this over the cover region.
Mouse between these two, down the wicket, driving in the air. After being beaten clearly by the one before.
He's going to latch onto one if it's in the slot. And that's what he tries to do this time. Over points. That's a great place to score runs in. For the fielder.
Oh, he goes high and long this time. Big Grewal got underneath the Chandimal delivery, and he has 28 of 18. He's
got
high again. That's gone nearly as far.
Oh yes, he was setting up for that shot. And that was... Oh, that's a good delivery in the end. But still, Grevas squeezed in the semi-final, accepted the opportunity, and churned out 51 of just 30.
And that...
If clean hitting had a definition, it'll start with the word Grevas comes up. 100 comes up for India. So many records stumbling. And this could be another. Just enough fuel as well. So true.
Oh, incredible. At deep back his crease. It wasn't called wide. The next one he said, oh, I won't worry about it. I'll just whack this out of the ground if I get underneath it.
Ball on its merits. If it was there to hit, he hit it, and he connected with them beautifully. If it was there for a single or two, he took those as well. But anyway, it was good. Great innings.
This young spinner. He goes down the ground. Carroll beaten, stumped. Great piece of bowling. Well, straight away the intention was to go for the switch hit, wasn't it?
Would have hit the middle of the middle stump.
Oh, yes.
This one didn't turn.
Courage wide of the off stump. It caught. Edging, trying to see if... Wide of the off stump. He just dabs it away. Shot at the stumps. He misses. He threw it too hard. Mapper couldn't take a clean lead. They go for a second run and over. Last ball, and he's on the move, Grewal, and he flays this over the cover region. Darts it down. Carroll goes down the ground.
For the fielder.
Oh, he goes high and long this time. Big Grewal got underneath the Chandimal delivery, and he has 28 of 18. He's got high again. That's gone nearly as far.
Oh yes, he was setting up for that shot. And that was Indian Tigers for sure. Oh wow. Got into a great position. Palumbo was loading this shot for a while.
His crease, it wasn't called wide. The next one he said, oh, I won't worry about it. I'll just whack this out of the ground if I get underneath it. And the fielder did a pretty good job to get back to try. Well, with that 67. Let's have a look at the bowling card. Tougher day at the office for the LANKAN Lions today. Kulaseka and none.
So, what a great game we have brewing. So, get a look at this, Dan. 61 he faced, so he faced exactly half the balls.
88. Hello there.
The Indian Tigers taking on the Lankan Lions. It's the first of the two semi-finals. The Lankan Lions are looking for 169 in their allotted 20 overs to find a place in the grand finale of ACL 2023, brought to you by Landmark. Oh, it is going to be quite a contest this once again, because the Indian Tigers wanted to win the toss and choose to bat first, and they did. Lankan Lions, who lost the toss, they wanted to bowl first anyway and chase. Now, do the Lankan Lions have it in them to get 169? They've been a phenomenal threat to every side that has set foot on the cricket field against them. And to talk more about it, we've got Dan Lonergan with us. Welcome, Dan.
Hi, Suhas. Look, it was a terrific performance by the Indians. They built that innings around the great man Grewal. We thought he was caught at the very end there off a no ball, which they thought was above waist height. I didn't think it was above waist height, but he did survive that and then got run out off the last ball. But still, 88 was a wonderful innings off 61. Taylor came in and made 15. He's the player from Gloucestershire in English county cricket. Palombo, different role today, 19. Ravish 11, Carroll 14, while the big fellow stayed there. And they used a lot of bowlers, the Sri Lankans, and they thought very, very hard about how they could break partnerships, how they could slow it down. And I think they did okay in the end. I was thinking 180, even 200 was a chance, while Grewal was right on top in the middle part of the innings with Palombo playing his role. Now, Brendan Rose will kick things off. Harry Singh is back playing today.
Which is great news for the Indian Tigers.
It is one of...
And what is even better news for the Lankan Lions is that Solomons has agreed to open the batting. You saw what he can do just yesterday. Wants to continue the form. Solomons picking up the Player of the Match award while getting promoted for the first time ever for the Lankan Lions to open the batting. Adamit Priyadarshana, what a match winner he is. 3 matches, 90 runs. Played an absolute blitzkrieg in one match and a supportive role in the other.
Yes, he had different gears, didn't he? And when Solomons was dismissed, he did a really good tournament. The 2 innings he's played, that unbeaten 50 to steer them to an easy win over Afghanistan. And then the support role in the 92-run opening stand with Solomons yesterday.
Andy Solomons, best of 65, which came not even 24 hours ago. 5 games, 66 runs, and most of those runs in one innings of his, of course, where he opened the batting. And today he wants to open the batting again. Brendan Rose. It's great to see him fit and fine. Economy of 4.4 is priceless in this format, Dan.
From the Monash Tigers in the Victorian Premier Cricket Comp, and destroyed Footscray Edgewater in one game, grabbing 7 wickets.
Wow.
Yes, he's a good bowler. And the Monash Tigers, the old Richmond Cricket Club, which were a very famous team in the 70s and 80s, where, like in AFL, VFL football, Carlton and Richmond were great rivals, especially in the 70s.
Guess which team's gaining popularity now? From Monash Tigers, the transition to Indian Tigers.
Correct. And
first ball. And a floating slip in place. He's looking for runs right away. Beautifully played away. The ball's coming onto the bat nicely. It's a great start.
didn't he pick the gap beautifully? Wide of the off stump. Rose not really bowling to his field. I was just saying that there's a great rivalry in Premier Cricket between Carlton and Richmond all those years ago, but Brendan Rose wouldn't be happy with that ball. And a good start.
We'll try and get to that boundary once again. I just love the fact that he waits. Waits for the ball to hit the bat. Doesn't go chasing at it. And still opening the face of the bat ever so. And a floating slip in place. He's looking for runs right away. Beautifully played away.
So the first 4 runs have raided off the target in the opening ball. In the
He's gone full and straight. And Priyadarshana has found a way to sneak a single, putting pressure on the fielder. Solomon's on strike. What an exciting cricketer who deals in singles very, very seldom.
Yes, he's a pocket dynamo. I had a bit of a chat to him yesterday and I said, what was your best shot or your favourite shot of yesterday's innings? It was the big six he hit before he went out. I thought the best shot he played yesterday was that cover drive.
For six.
Oh yes, that was a great shot. I thought the cover drive along the ground for 4 because I'm a cricket purist. I thought there is Kumar Sangakkara, but a right-handed version at the MCG when he made the best 40 I've ever seen in one-day cricket and had 5 cover drives in that innings. It was sensational.
Brendan Rose thinks it's bad first. Solomons did put the bat first. Height would have been an issue as well. But the ball is doing a little bit after pitching, not much in the air, despite so much of the wind factor we've talked about.
Were you surprised that if Sri Lanka had have won the toss, they would have bowled, considering how well they performed yesterday batting?
They wanted to bowl first anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
I wouldn't have been surprised actually, because I thought the surface was assisting the bowlers in the first half an hour, and that was the reading by the captain. But I genuinely believe that India chose to bat today because they know that the wounds of a semi-final of an ACL still fresh in their mind. That they couldn't chase down a target from a very crucial position against the same side just a year ago. This time they wanted to bat freely. And the Lankan Lions wanted to bowl because the surface was such, and also they're very fresh off a good run chase.
Oh, it's a beauty that. Look at that. Taking off. Pace, carry. Short of a length. And nothing Priyadarshana could do about that one.
Here's a man who sets high standards for himself. Doesn't he, Dan? And so much movement off the deck is always helping the bowlers. There's not much swing in the air, but there's movement off the deck. It's not going to be a straightforward run chase unless Solomons decides to go bonkers.
Great fielding.
Just the kind of support that he needed, Brendan. 6 runs still of the first over, owing to that boundary off the first ball. 1 gone, 6 for Nolos.
Priyadarshana be a little bit disappointed there because that was in the slot, sort of on leg stump. Could have been put away, but he picks out mid-wicket. Hit it a bit too firmly, but it was a good piece of fielding.
Absolutely. India need to field well and swell this total. They'll be quite happy with 169 in a semi-final, that's for sure.
They would have taken it before the innings, you think?
I think they would have taken it before the innings because the wounds of the previous game are still fresh. I think Grewal played a magnificent innings.
He did.
Remember, he was 37 of 24 at one stage where he said, I've already attacked the ball a lot. Let's get into 2s and 3s as well when required. But if the ball's there to be hit, I'll launch into it. Such clarity with which he built the innings is what got him to 88 of 61 towards the end.
And well played by Palombo, playing a different role today, a little bit like Priyadarshana yesterday, where we know he's an aggressive player, but he just said, okay, well, I'll just noodle it around, knock the singles, and put you on strike, Grewal, and you can hit the big shots.
I've never seen that shade of Palombo. Never. Just tells you how mature the cricketers are with the Aussie Cricket League 2023. Yesterday, Priyadarshana did something similar. When Solomons went great guns, Priyadarshana, who himself is an attacking batter, decided to play second fiddle. Harry. That bounced a little more than anticipated. Harry was nursing an injury. Dan was also concerned. Now he's back in full glory.
Yeah, I thought even though he got some pace with his shoulder movement there, I didn't think that he moved as freely as he would have liked. Maybe I'm being harsh. Let's get a bit more of a sample as to how he's going in his run-up.
Big swing and a miss. The idea that Solomons has come out to bat is very, very simple. Attack, assimilate runs, decimate the opponents in the first 6 overs.
Slightly different attack though. They had Shaminda yesterday, the Mavericks, and he's their quickest bowler.
And Shaminda bowled well. It's the other bowlers who went for runs, and
Correct.
no balls were aplenty.
Shateeth was good later, but then the other bowlers, you're right, were taken out of the game by Solomons. But there's 3 pace bowlers up front here for India, which might make it a bit harder for Solomons, even though, as you know, he likes
Free hit.
bat on ball. Free hit. Yep.
Just when we were talking about a no ball, Harry Singh has delivered a no ball. What were the odds? Solomons is looking for one crisp hit to get started for the day, and he gets a free hit. India under pressure.
I was slightly worried there that he could have pulled up lane once more. This is high in the air. It lands safely. Solomons is looking to whack that on the onside. Took a top edge and flies down to Whitish third man. He moves to 3 off 5.
Couldn't have gotten a better opportunity to get going. Solomons, early in the innings, a free hit. Tried his best. Seems to be hurrying. Ooh, good ball.
Got the top edge. If he had got onto it, it might have gone out of the ground, but it flew away behind the wicket.
I think the key is to bowl this length more often. At least in the first few. Oh well, it's another no ball. It's another no ball. And it's going to be another free hit.
Yeah, the no balls have been called a bit late, but as long as they're called, if they're there.
Even if the no balls are called late, remember that they have repercussions with the following delivery.
Correct.
So it's important to call them. This is good umpiring. Harry's got to wait.
It's the third time he's at his
I think it's
delivery
upset his
aboard
rhythm
it.
for sure. More than his front foot. It's upset his rhythm. Ooh, everything's a blur.
Well, that to me doesn't look like a front foot no ball.
It's definitely not the no ball where more fielders are outside the ring. It has to be front foot. That wasn't very high to be calling it the second bouncer. Probably one, but it's got to be a free hit.
It is.
What follows a no ball is a free hit. And Solomons gets another opportunity to get going. 3 or 6 at the moment. And he'd try to go straight down the ground if given an opportunity. Big swing and a miss.
Yesterday he was connecting. Today, Suhasi's not connecting.
Cricket for you.
Yep.
That's cricket for you. Even yesterday I felt that he was helped with a lot of no balls. Today 2 no balls are ready. Andy Solomons. Remember, he's opened the batting before. It's just that he has never opened the batting in this setup until yesterday. He had never done that. This is good carry. Wonderful collect as well by the captain, Ravish.
And he followed him too, didn't he? Because he stepped away to leg side, then Solomons. And Singh pitched that middle and leg. And again, you're right, with the carry and the pace, Solomons again misses through to the keeper. 3 off 8.
Standing well outside. This one swung back in, swung nicely. He's got to be careful of how many bounces he bowls as well. Now this is the one allowed for the over. That length is also such where the ball can shoot up.
Would Solomons be concerned after getting away yesterday that he just can't get away today, that he might lose patience?
Yeah, good call. How does he handle this pressure? Oh, this pressure is increasing.
Yep.
Singh has delivered a magnificent second half of the over. 2 gone, 10 for no loss.
4 top balls in a row. I think Andy Solomons was swinging from the bootlaces. He needed to come across his crease. So none for 10 after 2.
The fastest 50. Ronnie Chopra got it in 24 deliveries versus Afghanistan Eagles. Ravi Srivastava did it in 28, who's seen behind the wickets, but the man in front of it was Andy Solomons. 21 deliveries and the fastest 50 in the tournament versus the Sydney Mavericks just yesterday. Satnam Grewal got it faster in 30. Damit Priyadarshana in 33 versus the Afghanistan Eagles, but nobody attacked the cricket ball as much as Andy Solomons did yesterday, getting to his half century in just 21 balls.
Well, if he's to beat that today, he's got to get 47 in 10 balls. And it would be the most magnificent 47 we've ever seen in our life. None for 10. And the Indians taking a long time in between overs. Call from the third umpire to get on with the game. That's fair enough too. Here's Brendan Rose for his second over. And Priyadarshana, 5 off 4. And Solomons, as we mentioned, 3 off 10. They need 159 to book a spot in their third consecutive final, the LANKAN Lions.
2 bowlers bowling different lengths, trusting different lengths. Surface is still the same. Now he'll be seen in action with the ball in hand very soon. Sardar, what a handy spinner. Now Priyadarshana, how does Priyadarshana play out this over? Because Solomons is not getting runs. Oh, just over. This is still not a boundary. The second line of defense has cut it off. Hasn't Harry been busy? The one on the field.
He took a hand off the bat too, so he didn't really have control of it, Priyadarshana.
One off the field has been extremely busy too. Now it's a very different start to the Sri Lankan innings. He's standing slightly outside because Brendan's generating a little bit of swing but more movement off the deck. Following the batter seems to be a plan that's worked more often than not. This time it's a wide delivery though. Brendan's got a re-ball.
Just a bit too quick for him at the moment, aren't they? And they've still got the slinger dribble to come as well. Even though we know, as we've mentioned a few times, Suhas, that Andy Solomons does like ball onto bat, doesn't he? But battling with it today.
Oh, it's got him! This was slightly slower as well. Followed the batter. Solomon's gone. Just 3 for him and he struggled for 11 deliveries. Cricket is a great leveler. A player of the match in the previous game has been sent back very cheaply in this one.
Yes, he never looked like it today. It was just tough for him and you could tell that he was getting frustrated.
He's played on. Back leg, base of the stumps, the end.
Lots of swings and misses. And well done by the Indians to get an early wicket, 1 for 12, and one of the match winners, man of the match yesterday, Andy Solomons. We know, though, there's plenty of depth in the LANKAN Lions batting lineup. And they've been pretty solid in the tournament so far.
The plan has worked. today Solomons has been followed by the bowlers. The room that he's trying to create has been curbed. The plan works for the Indian Tigers. The Lions have got to find a new hero today. Chandima and Priyadarshana, they've gone back to their regular opening combination.
Chandima batted down the order a little bit yesterday, but made a nice little cameo of 21.
Interesting, that's why they've gone back to their opening combination for the number 3 position eventually, with Chandima coming in. Oh, this could be close too!
Very.
This could be close too! But the finger that matters, that has stayed down. And Rose wants to go up right away. Captain obliges to decision with the third umpire.
Came back a little bit, Suhas, I reckon. He's across his stumps too. Let's have a look. Maybe not enough. Did it just angle slightly down leg? Is that why the umpire has thought not 100% sure?
This could be a good decision because you could see almost the 2 stumps. Not entirely 2 stumps, but 1.5 stumps. And the angle is best left to the umpire. Remember, we have the facility and the luxury of resorting to technology. The umpire is seeing it real time and from a great vantage point. 135 clicks and the ball swings back a little, moves lot after pitching.
This would be a big wicket, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think it's going down leg, isn't it?
Yeah, he was also batting at the crease and not deep inside the crease.
Correct.
That will help Chandima, one would hope. Now what's the decision? The decision, yes, Ankur says not out.
Good decision.
Superb decision, yeah, you're right.
I wonder how the umpires feel, Suhas, when they give a decision and the batting team or the bowling team refers it and the decision they've initially given stays. They must feel relieved, mustn't they?
As humans, yes.
Yes.
But umpiring is one such thing where you are drawn towards that profession because of the emotions of the game, but you keep the emotions aside as soon as you start your profession.
That's exactly right. That's better. Much better. Over pitched and a beautiful cover drive. Andy Solomons-esque of yesterday from Chandima, and he got it right in the middle and a bit of a gap on that offside. He somehow found that.
He will punish you. Chandima will punish you if it's in a slot. This is after surviving an LBW scare. The moment he sees this up his alley, easily put away through covers. Such a beautiful shot. Chandima is so pleasing to the eyes when he plays those drives. He's got a slightly open stance. Excellent. The captain collects it with a Jaguar-like jump. You've got to love the dive as well. Almost cartwheeling there.
Yes, it was a bit wide there by Brendan Rose. Just couldn't quite control the swing.
Oh. Marvellous. Channel bowling, good bowling. 3 gone, 17 for 1.
Yes, he was just a bit half-hearted there, wasn't he? I'll just hang the bat out slightly. I won't move my feet. Maybe I can edge it through the cordon. If there's enough bounce, maybe I could go through the shot a little bit more and uppercut it over the cordon. But he did neither. Beaten. Dubé or Doobie will be the new bowler.
Dubé.
Dubé. Well, we were calling him Doobie the other day, Grant and I. We're having fun because there's a great band called the Doobie Brothers. What a fool believes. What a song that is. Listen to the music. China Grove.
As I told you, it's Dubé.
Oh, we're disappointed about that. Dubé.
And he was called to bowl because Harry was suddenly injured and then he delivered still. Tells you the importance of being ready all the time. And we also spoke about someone who ensures that the youngsters in the side are in good spirits. Oh well, this has gone up in the air almost. What a start for Dubey. No warm-up deliveries. No warm-up deliveries required.
Correct. Straight away, it just had him squared up and it just ballooned off the bat. Completely surprised Priyadashana.
If Indian Tigers want to do well in this game, it's important that Dubey does well.
We're well behind at the moment, we've been told. Time-wise, got to get on with it, the Indians. This is down the leg side and called a wide.
Upsetting the length of Dubey, yes, the line of Dubey, even more so.
Yes, he bowled the rest of Harry's over, which was 5 deliveries, and then stayed on. That was impressive.
That's very well played. Perhaps not the exact timing he wanted, but 2 runs for sure.
Now, is there a concern about Harry's injury that Harry Singh normally bowls 2 overs in a row at the start? He's only bowled 1. 1 for 20 in the 4th.
I think it's because of the no ball factor. He was overstepping a little. The captain perhaps felt let him take a break and come back with more protection available for him in the deep. Or you never know, perhaps it might be a change of ends. Should be taken. Oh yes, it is. It's one of the better catches inside the 30-yard circle. The ball was dipping while he was going away from the body. He was going away from the ball, and then he had to pounce forward, bring his body closer. One moment going away, other moment coming closer. Corner has completed the catch.
Yeah, well done, young man. That was a good catch. Priyadashana was looking to get that over the infield. To get underneath it, didn't get enough of it. He's taken that catch quite comfortably. It was a very, very good catch. Made it look easy. Very good cricketer, this young man, as he lunges forward. Tall man, but judged it to a nicety, lunging forward at mid-wicket. And they're in a bit of trouble now, Sri Lanka. 2 for 20 in the 4th. Long way away from the 169 target to play in the final. Priyadashana out for 8.
Out walks the captain, Mahela Udavata. Sri Lanka 20 for 2 in 3.3, but it's a side that you can never write off. They were 55 for 5 against the Canadian Bulls and still ended up chasing the target down because they bat very, very deep.
Spoke to Udawada after the game yesterday. He just left some decent time in the middle. It's very hard to do that in T20 cricket.
So
but
true.
we know he's an accumulator, Suhas, so this is his opportunity here. Long, long way to go. His team's in trouble.
Udavata has decided to wear the white shoes. Yesterday, those were the red shoes, remember? Crunched. Oh, this could have been tighter, I felt. And there is protection eventually, so not an extra run, but that single's taken, but this could have been tighter. Would love to have another look at it because I felt if he had collected it in one motion and not turned around, the throw would have been quicker. Good running.
Sometimes they try and do the spectacular when the spectacular is not required.
Ah, yes. But can we have the replay, please?
Like young Dubey, doing his job again. Oh, great bowling.
Marvellous. He's gone back to the basics. Credit to Dubey.
Well, Chandamar was looking to late cut that, and you could tell it was an intended shot. And he was able to just move it away slightly outside the off stump, and he played over the top.
Oh, beautifully done. We'll get a single. Chandima is oozing control at this stage and calmness too. Foregone 22 for 2. all this after a wicket had fallen. I think it's a good comeback by Chandima. But what a start for the young Dubey.
I mentioned earlier they're a lot like the Lankan Lions. After their first loss to Pakistan, they changed their side around. If Rose doesn't get you, Harry Singh will get you. If he doesn't get you, Greville will contribute. Ravish will contribute. Dubey's obviously contributing now. Got players everywhere doing their job.
Of course, Ravish has been excellent behind the wicket.
Yes.
Now, Harry does get another over in the power play.
Palumbo and Carroll are two others that have been good. Taylor was good today with his 15. So Chandima 5 off 5. We know he's aggressive. Another pocket rocket.
I like
He
that.
packs a punch.
Ooh, this one took off.
Julie, what a beauty that was.
What a good collect by the keeper. There's just no chance that the batter is intercepting it as it started to bounce. That was quick.
Inordinate amount of bounce. Reared at him, didn't it?
The captain puts a slip in place. I don't know how much of it is for catching, according to plan. How much of it is to play with the mind of the batter.
Swing and a miss.
If he's having a flash outside off like that, a slip in place is a great idea.
It's been a lot of those, hasn't there, in this Sri Lankan innings. Yesterday there was hardly a dot ball. Today, not quite working for them so far. The reigning champs.
The Sri Lankans wanted to dominate the power play. They've lost a couple of wickets for 22. They're still trying to be positive, and that's great to see in Chandima's flashes. The offside. This would be wide. There's no
Yes.
chance that Chandima, probably one Chandima standing on top of other, could have got it.
I think even a third one, it might have been slightly ambitious. Maybe standing on Irfan Jr., who I think is back for Pakistan today in the second semi against the Mavericks. No, he's not back.
Well, we'll let Sohail Sadiq decide that.
Righto.
Oh, venomous. Came back in, and the moment it came back in, the glove came off, the hand came off the handle.
It's canny, heady, clever bowling here. He's bowling right into the body and he's following. Chandamar stepping away towards the leg side and Harry Singh's going after him. In regard to going after him, making it hard for him to have any room at all.
Oh, fantastic shot. The wrist protection in the deep though, superbly done. What very easily could have been a catch for one moment, a boundary the other moment is a single.
Deserved more than that. It was a good shot, wasn't it?
What a good effort there by the man at point. He flung himself. The throw was all right, but that the flying fielder, fabulous.
Here we go.
We'll try and get you that flying fielder this time. No problem there. That length has been excellent, and oh wow, what an effort. You did get a glimpse.
Would have been the best catch of the tournament so far. I've seen a couple of rippers.
When you're in the land of Steve Smith, you do this. Oh, that is a poor delivery, just helping it on its way. The captain of the batter.
And there's, of course, with only two fielders out, they've elected not to have someone stationed at fine leg. And if you're going to bowl there, leg stump full toss, you're going to be punished if the batter can get bat on ball and a player of the class of Udawada. He won't let that one go.
Remember, third man for the right-hander is a fine leg for the left-hander. The third man was kept wider, and that's what stopped the boundary in the previous delivery when Chandima was facing. And And this was hit fine. Oh, good ball. A good ball to end the over. There's a lot of venom when the ball pitches and slightly jumps. 5 gone, 28 for 2.
And Grant's about to come in and join you, Suhas. In fact, I think Suhas is coming out for an interview. And the score comparison after 5 overs. The Indian Tigers were 8 runs in front and had actually lost 1 less wicket, 1 for 36 compared to 2 for 28. And it's 4 for 168, their overall total. Welcome back, Grant. Some work to do here. And unfortunately, it's not Doobie, it's Dubey.
Dubey, bugger, that's a shame.
Yeah, Suhas is he's just put a, what do you call it, attack in our balloon. We're having a lot of fun with the Doobie brothers, for want of a better expression. This is plate to point. The return from Palombo, not bad. But Chandamar scoots home. 2 for 29 now. Last over of the power play. We haven't seen Greville yet after he was the star with the bat. 88 of 61 run out off the last ball. Handy little contributions everywhere. Carroll 14. Ravish 11. Palombo 19. Taylor 15 not out. Udawada 5 off 3. Chandamar 7 off 10. And the LANKAN Lions in a bit of trouble. Solomon's missing out today. Never looked like it. Dubey bowls, and defending is Udawata. No run. See, another player's come in and playing his role straight away. We saw him the other day when Harry Singh got injured. Grant, as we touched on with Suhas before, and he bowled unchanged then, 3.5 overs. Here's Dubey, and this is driven beautifully through the covers to the boundary for 4, slightly over pitched, and that's Udawata, the captain, at his best. He goes to 9, 2 for 33, the LANKAN Lions.
Yeah, time for a captain's knock. Big opportunity for a captain's knock. Plenty of time driving, square drive. A little bit of a, we'd probably call it thick outside edge, but it's gone down for 4. Look, at the same time, they're 2 for 29, the Lions. At the same time, the Tigers were 1 for 36. So that's only 7 runs difference, but the Tigers did keep accelerating.
Dubey bowls, attempted slow one, and Udawata was beaten then. He was well down. And they didn't even ask the question, but he's angry with himself that he missed the slow one. Looking to work it through the onside. He knows these top balls are frustrating for his team, who are a long way behind at the moment.
The run rate required at the start of the innings was 8.45.
Now he hits it in the air. He hasn't quite got all of that. It's a top edge, but it's okay because of it. A great piece of fielding by Long Off. It had gone over his head, and then he's just stopped it millimetres from the rope. They'll check to make sure that any of his body hasn't touched the rope with the ball. But I reckon he might be okay. This is a great piece of fielding.
He got that so high that you were thinking he was never going for 4, and that was a good piece of fielding. Ball, hand, touching before the rope. So in a game, in a match, that every run is going to be critical. To save a couple there was very good fielding.
That was a shot of frustration by Udawata after he missed the slow one, but he survives. Chandamar now on strike to face the last ball of Dubey's over the last ball of the power play for the LANKANs, who are 2 for 36. And this is on the leg stump. The attempted slow one is another wide.
Dan, I've just spoken to one of the umpires. They said the Indians are well down on their over rate.
Yes, we're hearing him next door.
And I would say it's just due to the semi-final, the critical nature of the game, the want to get into that final.
No excuse for me. Oh, that's a great delivery. That's on line. Gee, what saved him? Was there a little bit of bat on that because that kept low and it's come back in, and to me, that looked out.
Well, if there's no bat, it must have been bat.
Has to be bat.
Because I think that hit him in line.
And they haven't even taken it upstairs, have they?
No, so it must have been bat. We don't really have the benefit of an on-ground mic.
Because it kept a little bit low too.
So we're not sure exactly. But no, I would say that's clearly must be bat involved. Dubé, 1 over, 2 overs, 1 for 14.
2 for 37 after 6 and hit 132 of 84. And I love the way Harry Singer's been bowling. He's been watching what the batters have been doing. They've been shifting in their crease. They've been moving across the leg side. Now look, we'll get down to Suhas. I think he's got the great Lasith Malinga. Suhas.
We've got the mentor of Lankan Lions with us, Lasith Malinga. Lasith, firstly, how happy with the way the tournament has progressed? How happy are you? Because now it's a different level altogether.
Yeah, I think last time we ambassador this tournament. This year is getting better, much more. Feels in future as well, they're getting really good and good players are playing. Then good tournament for all of us.
Now, as far as the talent that you've seen in this tournament is concerned, ever improving in terms of the bowling as well? Somebody who's caught your eye?
Yeah, definitely. I think this is the format who can show their strength and skills. And I think all the teams, all the bowlers doing that really good job because all the T20 is going under 150 runs, maybe few matches going on over 150. I think that means bowlers are doing a really good job.
Understanding the conditions, you're a master at it. Do people come up to you and ask you what exactly to do, especially the youngsters?
Yeah, definitely. I think they always ask me the experience. Always, I'm so happy to share with them. Then, yeah, the most important, I have to speak to them and the situation handling, how to understand the situation. I'm so happy to work with them.
Do you give them a pair of boots and say, now target that for a two-crusher?
Yeah, but now is no time to do that. But still, they always ask how you bowl Yorkers and how you concentrate that. There's all the tricks. Myself and one is there. Yeah. We play both all together over 13 years. We both sharing our experience to youngsters, how to train their skill and get control their skills.
Now, before we come to the Lankan Lions, now that we see cricket around the world, a lot of slingy fast bowlers coming through, and they all look up to only one man whom I'm interviewing right now. So what are your thoughts on that, and how much of it is natural ability, how much of it can be coached?
I think I still believe that fast bowling nobody can coach. They're natural talent, they're natural athletics. But slinging, I'm also same thing. In myself, I'm also natural. I hope they are also natural. But most important, how they develop their skills for the international cricket and how they survive long period of time. If anyone needs help, I'm always happy to be with them. Then I think that's why we have Matisha Patiran and Nuan Tushar. I hope many more come to my country and others also.
Now, as far as the Lankan Lions are concerned, a little tougher situation right now, but your team's always showed what bounce back looks like.
Yeah, I think T20, we never know what's going on until then. But still, we are in good touch, the 38 and 6 overs. But we have enough power hitters. We just concentrate another 2 to 3 overs to build our innings, and then we'll see what's going on.
Thank you so much for your time, Lasith.
Thank you.
It's always wonderful talking to Lasith Malinga and picking his brains, especially on the slinging deliveries. Back to you in the comms.
One of the all-time greats. One of the all-time greats. 101 test wickets, 338 one-day wickets, 107 T20 international wickets. Good attempt to take a catch out in the deep as Chandamar spooned it over the infield on the offside. and survives.
And wasn't it lovely to see the big smile on his face when Suhas asked him about the number of slinging bowlers? Let's just have a look at some replay around the wicket, in the air for a long time, and just bounced before save runs. Good job. Big smile on Lasith's face.
546 international wickets for Lasith Malinga. This is down the leg side, attempting to pull, but doesn't connect. Harry going around the wicket there, and it is another wide. He's bowled a few wides, but as we've said a couple of times, he's been trying to follow the batter, who's been shifting in his crease to try and put him off his line, but he's been very clever with his modus operandi. That's why he's got his third over now. None for 14, current run rate climbing. Needed, that is. Current run rate required is 9.52.
Just to finish on Lasith, there he's getting photos taken. He's such a popular player. Would have to be one of the most recognisable cricketers around the world. He would go to basically any cricketing country and he'd be recognised and people would want to come and speak to him.
Well,
So good to have him here at this tournament.
That hair certainly helps, doesn't it? 2 for 42 around the wicket. Harry Singh, and again it's knocked away to the onside by Udawada. Behind square for 1, so 7 overs gone. It's 2 for 43, run rate at 6. Udawada 14, Chandama 9. Solomon's missing out today. Swinging and missing at everything after connecting everything yesterday. Out for 3 off 11.
And Harry Singh take a bow. 3 overs for 15 in a semi-final against quality batters. And Udawada and Chandama.
And Preeta Shana made 8.
And the second 5 was a real accelerated time for the Tigers, and at the moment it's the Indian Tigers that are winning this battle against the Lions, restricting the number of runs in this second block of 5 overs. And Clive
Rose.
Here he is.
Yes, the impact player. 10 first-class games for Victoria and Tasmania. And this is driven down the ground. He gives it air, the left armour. And straight away they get a run through the bat of Udawada.
I've seen him play at the MCG.
Top score of 46, 22 wickets at 49, 27 one-day matches for Tassie and Victoria, 22 wickets at 45. And he played a lot of T20 matches for the Stars, the Melbourne Stars and the Hurricanes. 58 games, 28 wickets, best 2 for 14. Rose again, wide of the off stump, getting a top edge hit. Chandama should be caught. Rose gets a wicket. Played a poor shot there, slicing it away. Lot of protection in the offside. And Chandama out for 9. The third Lankan wicket falls at 44. And that was a poor shot from a delivery that, again, had a little bit of bounce and then turned away, and he didn't move his feet, hung the bat out, couldn't control the shot.
Yeah, it was a little bit of bad awareness there because it would have been called a wide or re-bowl. Rose tempts him well outside off. Colombo takes the catch. Clive Rose takes the wicket. And some good catching by the Indian Tigers. That was an exceptionally good catch by Connor Carroll early on in the covers. You just see those A-grade players just got that ability to sort of make things look easier because they've got timing. They come in, dive, full length, take the catch. But Clive Rose starts 1 for 1 off only his 2 balls.
Well, he did make it look easy, Connor. That was a great catch, wasn't it? Just lunging forward.
And
once he lunged forward, he was never going to drop that.
The Indian owner is up, walking. He's looking very positive, Usman. He's can feel the excitement brewing here for the Indian Tigers. 3 for 44 off 7.2.
Young Akshay Bilal, had a chat to him. We were having some dinner last night. Bowled pretty well with his spinners, both yesterday and today. The tall right arm offie, batting in the middle order. We've got some work to do here with his team under the pump in the 8th over for Landmark Investments, our major sponsor. 3 for 44. And Rose already with a wicket after 2 balls and again beats him.
Rose, look at this, just minimal approach, couple of steps in, bowls.
Gives it air and Bilal swings over the top. Has he got enough on it? He has for it to land in front of the fielder in Grewal, who comes around, does the fielding from long off, 2 runs, 3 for 46. Haven't seen the big man yet. He has done his job though with 87 or 88 with the bat. Rose again, darts it in, driven but not scoring Bilal. Getting 3s over quickly too. Not allowing Bilal to settle. He attempts to sweep, takes the back of the bat and just rolls limply down to
Same field.
short third man. So good over by Clive Rose, 1 for 3. His first over, the impact player. 8 overs gone. Needing a further 123 to win the run rate, climbing rapidly. 10.25 for the Lankans. They're 3 for 46.
Let's take a look at the worm, and the Lankan Lions now starting to fall right underneath that. And Bilal, I thought, made his intentions clear with the first shot. Talk about an impact player in Rose. Well, I think we need an impact now by one of these 2 Lankan players, and maybe it's Mahala who anchors the innings, and it's Bilal to see that if he can turn things around in the next couple of overs. You don't want to get too much above 10 as a run rate.
Yep, Hassan Sada is the new bowler. He was okay in the first game. They got beaten by Pakistan. Their batting was disappointing that day. Since then, their batting's been pretty good. And their bowling has continued to be of top quality. In the 9th over. Wide of the off stump. Chopped away by Udawada. The fielding has been sensational. That was nearly 4. What a piece of fielding. That was a backward point. Dubé.
The Indians are just building beautifully into this.
Sardar again on the leg stump, using the wrists nicely. Takes the pace off it. They want to come back for 2. Gone running, makes his ground. He took the pace off it. The fielders were pretty deep on that onside. You knew Udawada was keen on 2. Bilal went with him. The bails were whipped off by Rajesh, but he was still home easily. Proactive cricket by the Lankans.
You just feel that while Mahala Udawada is there, the Lankans are still well in this.
Sada, a flatter one. He pulls this one away. Has he got enough on it? You bet he has. Dragged it down a little bit.
He's going to go for 6 anyway with the win.
And he got absolutely everything
Let's
of
have a
that
little
right
replay.
frame onto it.
Just chopped a little short, rocks back. And beautifully hit. Square.
Yes, over forward square leg. 23 off 15. 3 for 54. In the 9th. He gets a loopier delivery that he works into the onside for 1. They'll think about coming back for 2. The return is good. They change their mind. Rose on the sprint did well. This has been a good over though, one of their better overs in the innings. 9 runs from it. It brings Bilal on strike, who needs to support him like Palumbo was able to support the aggressor Greville in his 88 today, and Palumbo playing a different role. Got 19. Sada bowls. Gives himself a bit of room then. Bilal, and just steers it back to the bowler. Drives. Square drive through the covers. And there's protection out the deep. Much better over that one. Probably their best over of the innings so far, Grant. 10 runs from it. From Sada, Udawada 24, Bilal 3. 9 gone, 3 for 56. They need a further 113 to make the final.
I think you're right. I think that was the best. It was certainly in terms of results. They start off needing 8.45. The run rate now is just over 10, and that was the first 10 run over of the innings so far. So they require minimum that for the rest of the innings.
So Rose with one outside the off stump, missed by Bilal. He's going to be hard to get away. There'll be a change of pace. And again, it's dug out, but steered nicely, beating the cover fielder inside the circle. Connor's out in the deep, but not taken cleanly by Rajesh. That throw on the bounce to his North teammate allows the second run. An overthrow, 3 for 58 now. Rose to Bilal, allows the ball to be guided through the covers. He waited for that, played it late.
Yeah, Rose will be a handful here coming around the wicket, left arm over to the left-hander.
Comes back into Udawada, who cuts it, but cut it close to the body.
Yeah, it's very important just to wait on the ball. See what sort of turn. It's slow enough turn that you can actually adjust.
Bit of turn in then. And he's on the advance, Udawada then. That was premeditated. Cross the line, out to long on, to Grewal. He can just get one. He's a bit disappointed there, Udawada. But you're right, Grant. I reckon he's the key. He's starting to get into his work now.
Rosie, ring, please. White dots.
Round the wicket, wide of the off stump, and that is called a wide. He did follow it a little bit below, but it just kept going. Oh, hits him on the pad, but outside the line. Looking to work on the onside. It straightened up slightly, but not enough to be considered. And they managed to get a run there.
And another quickly delivered over by Rose, which before you know it, you blink and he's finished, and there wasn't too many off that. The impact player making an impact. And in a big way.
So that's 10 overs gone. Got a lot of work to do here, Sri Lanka, with this partnership building nicely between Bilal and Udawade.
And they're 19 runs behind where the Tigers were at the same stage. So that's at least 2 overs behind on the run rate. So Indian Tigers have got their noses in front for sure here.
Loops this one up, driven off the back foot. Bilal, good piece of fielding, Rose. It nearly wrong-footed him, but he stuck the big mid out. Suhas is coming in to replace me.
Push. Look for 2. Just a nice push just beyond the circle, enough to get back for 2. And the Lankan Lions are looking for a number of back-to-back 10-run overs. Run rate required now 10.76. Welcome back, Svash.
Thank you so much.
Wasn't that great to speak to the great man, Lasith?
Lasith Malinga.
And I don't know if you noticed, but when you asked, you said there's a lot of bowlers bowling that slinging action now. Big smile. The influence he's had on so many people in cricket.
Yes, and he named a couple of people who've already played for the IPL, in the IPL, and of course for Sri Lanka as well. I was covering the Under-19 Asia Cup recently, and Sri Lanka have discovered 2 more gems who sling like him. Garuka is one of them, if I'm not wrong.
And I was saying just he would have to be one of the most recognisable cricketers in the world.
Absolutely.
And it's so good to have him here in this tournament. He's leaving what we call a legacy when he has bowlers imitating him, and I bet you there's be a few in the backyard will do it too on Christmas Day.
Yeah, the slingacy.
Ah, I like that. Did you just make that up then?
Do you want to add that to the dictionary?
Yeah, I will. I think yeah, there could be.
It's a petition. It's a gentle
potential
petition. Slingacy, an action discovered in Sri Lanka by a man who's gone on to rule the world of cricket. In the air, but in the gap as well. Sardar. This pitch has turned, Grant. This pitch has turned. Sardar's got to find the right spot. And the beauty of the situation is that Udawata is one of the best players of spin.
Isn't he great to watch?
Slightly wide away from the arc. Still hit away nicely. Superb fielding. Single motion of slide and throwing.
Yeah, that's Connor Carroll out there. He took a lovely catch earlier on.
Lots of twos. Lots of twos in the over. It's always good to see 11 gone. 72 for 3.
And they're building. That was 9. 10.78. If they could get a couple of 14-ish overs away, then that would bring the run rate down to a very manageable total around that, well, what they needed to start with, around that 8.5.
Well adjusted. How effective has Clive been today? Getting a game and making sure that he stamps his authority right away. Should be taken or put down. Everything was going right up until that point where the ball hits the palms. And to rub salt in the wound, it's also 6.
Yeah, the use of the feet there, we know it's a little bit of trepidation using your feet, and that's, he just doesn't quite get all of it.
All good, Rosie.
You can't
That
drop
goes
it at
for
this
6.
level. Balal's got to take his chances, especially with the direction in which the wind is blowing. Required rates 10.5. And this partnership has started to prosper well for the Lankan Lions. It's a team that you can never write off.
One!
Every time the batters made room, the Indian bowlers have decided to follow and not bowl wider. It's worked. It's worked wonders, especially against Solomons.
Yes. That keeps it a little low.
He was backing away, trying to smash the away through the covers region.
I've really enjoyed this battle. I've really enjoyed watching Rose. She's got that first-class experience. Bowling to Mahala Udawada, who has international experience.
Oh, misfield. Indians have been a little sloppy in the last 2 overs. And 2 more runs taken. Good running between the wickets as well. What should have been a dot ball, it's turned out to be 2. Clive was not the happiest man on earth. 12 gone, 82 for 3.
Yeah, and we're starting to see a little momentum shift here. The importance of partnerships in all forms of the game. Let's have a look at the comparison. At the same time, the Indian Tigers were 2 for 105. Lankan Lions 3 for 82. So lost an extra wicket and down by, is that about 23? 23 runs behind, but that's very easy to make up if you have a string together a couple of really good overs.
Krishna Lang, skiddy customer, but on this track, will he be bowling slower? Umpire Ankur, extremely experienced.
So, Mahala, his innings is building nicely. Alang will want to be pitching up, do not drop short. Mahala will eye off that square leg boundary.
Really well bowled. Udawada was setting up for a big hit on the leg side.
And what was that, leg buys in the end? Yes.
It was buys in the end.
I think it came off his back.
It was
Oh, buy, beg your pardon. Yep.
sloppy fielding
Yeah,
continues for
missed it.
India.
Yep. Good call.
Sloppy fielding. 11.2 the required rate. Almost carried. The plan almost working. Balal's living dangerously.
He looks up in the air, he thinks, oh, that could have so easily been out. Just drops short of the fielder. It's short, square leg.
We're back live. Really well fielded. There is a glimmer of hope perhaps after what has been a phase of poor fielding suddenly. But still runs available.
Bowled him! No! Gone early. I thought that might have clipped the bail, but the bail did come off. Let's just look at the replay. And I still can't see how the bail came off. Unless the keeper is actually... That was live, and I'm just not sure how the bail came off that previous delivery. Okay, we're checking. Actually checking that, are we? Now this is so interesting. The keeper's taken the ball. The ball seems to have cleared the stumps, but at the vital stage, the bail has fallen off. And it doesn't really seem that it's that breezy. So Sorry, audience, I can't help you to see what actually happened there. Rose, 4th over, 1 for 19 so far. Driven away for 1 to Carroll in the deep cover. Anyway, we keep going. Clearly wasn't out, the ball was too high. .1, 3 for 87. Rose around the wicket, down the wicket. That's gone. The journey. See from the umpire, that's 6. Mahalo Udawada goes to 41 off 29. And he's a beautiful player of spin. Uses his feet, goes down the ground. That was straight over the umpire's hat. You couldn't get any straighter if you tried. Wonderful 6. Feet again covers up. We've spoken about how difficult it is to use your feet, but a player of Mahala's class knows how to cover up. Driving down the ground. He'll look for 2, pressure, in and out quickly. Good running. The partnership so far, 51 runs off 40 balls. Came in at a time when they needed over 10 and over. Big swing, missed by the keeper. He'll pick up a single, that'll be buys. There it is, signal of buys by the umpire. 3 for 95. Rose in his last. 1 for 28 now. Driving down the ground. Stop there at short cover. They'll pick up 2 as Deep Mid-Off comes around to do the fielding. And you can just feel the momentum starting to shift a little on the back of a couple of very good batting overs. A couple of little missed fields by the Indian Tigers. There was about the current partnership 54 off 42. 28 off 20 for Mahala. And Bilal 22 off 20. Don't get any more sharing of a partnership than that.
Dave is back on.
Okay, we've got the player coming back into the game. That's the hold up just as they make the turnover. Back to a Lang. Square, cut, dive, and another dive, but they both pierces the field. They miss both the backward point and the sweeper cover. Down for 4. 47 now for Mahalo Udawada. Let's take a look at the replay. Wide outside off stump, pitches, square cutting, and down for 4. Despairing dive out there by the cover sweeper, Connor Carroll, and then he picks up a single. Very good batting. The class of Mahalo Udawada starting to have an impact in this game. Welcome back, Dan.
Thanks, Grant. They're half a chance. They're half a chance. He just went over there before. They're pretty tense.
Sweeping behind square. Carroll will pick it up this time. Single only. What do you make of it all, Dana?
Oh, I just think Udawada's batted brilliantly. This is why he's a good player. We know he's a good player, and he's had his opportunity today, and he's taking it.
Pushes.
Easy, easy, easy now, easy now.
Always a single in that.
Got it, got it.
Sweeping, paddles it around.
All good, all.
1 run. Bilal playing a really nice support role here. Getting
Exactly like Colombo and Greville without the real aggression, isn't it?
very similar. Sweeping outside off stump, behind square. Sweeper will come around, 1 run. Well, I think I said just prior to you coming on, I think there's been a little momentum shift back to the Lankan Lions. It's nicely balanced. I've still got the Tigers in front. The old cricket runs on the board, very important, but and they certainly don't want the run rate to get above 12. That's starting to get into difficult, really difficult territory. But you kind of think, with Mahala Udawara still out there, the Lankan Lions are still well and truly alive, and Connor Carroll will take up the attack from the northern end. Bowled very well so far in this tournament. I can kind of see the thinking, given that just how well Mahala plays spin. So they're finding another matchup here, which is that medium pace matchup. Now, not necessarily thinking that this is going to be any easier for the Indian Tigers, but it's probably because he's so good at playing spin.
Right ball. Come. Up. Rosie up.
Yeah, there's his 50. Missed that 50 off 36.
The bowler that probably helped his team back into.
Look at that, 36 balls.
Right ball.
And Carroll loses his radar, very unusual. And this is when you see a player like Mahala maybe just get in the heads. Now look at this, 60 runs required off 30.
Hurry.
Changes the angle, comes around the wicket, punches out leg side for 1.
Addy, please. Dave. Fine. A fine back. Jack, can you go back, please?
Ravish Srivastava calling the changes now with the right-hander. Plenty of protection in the deep on both sides of the wicket.
All right, Rosie, come. Dave, up quick.
Here is a big call, bringing the man from deep mid-wicket inside the circle, out onto the offside, now exposing that area deep. He is, yeah, very thoughtful cricketer, and running back into place because he knows they're a little bit behind. In the air, hasn't moved. He knew that was going for 6 from the time it left the bat.
Beautiful shot, straight down the ground. One of the best hits of the day so far. Full face from Bilal. He got underneath this delivery from Connor Carroll. Slow one. And with one that he was able to read magnificently and put it away.
Yeah, good read, Dan. You're quite right. That was the slower ball. He rolled his fingers over it. But all we could suggest is Bilal saw that it was a slower ball. And as soon as he hits this, let's watch this. He rolls his fingers over it. as soon as he hits it, he doesn't move. It's like you don't have to run for them when they're 6, do you?
Certainly not. 11 minutes, confirm. They're coming out of the infield of that. Pretty happy about that. We're well behind. And they stop the drinks.
Well, I think also they're just trying to find, they're trying to find the ball and just taking that opportunity. Wide ball, 1.6. Oh, I love it. I love all of that Asian continent food. You know, when I was young, I Worcestershire sauce I couldn't even eat because I thought it was too hot. Now I've gotten used to the lovely spices and the flavours and the different. I was talking to one of our hosts last night and saying how many territories there are in India and how many different dialects, and this is all new to Australians, of course, but just how diverse the country is and how diverse the food is, and how sometimes you have a dry curry and a wet curry, and just beautiful, wonderful introduction to Australia. I remember when I think one of the two first takeaway foods was Chinese and pizza.
Really?
I think so.
It's all changed. I mean, in Melbourne it was pizza or pasta at Lygon Street. In Carlton. Now, Peter Kurapina was the executive chef over in Melbourne by Kurapina producing here. He's one of the most recognized LANKAN chefs in the country.
Okay, 4 for 64. The Lions 3 for 116. 53 runs required of 27. You'd think that that's within reach. This is going down to the wire, this game. Stay tuned.
Chat between the umpire and the two batters, even though we've got the ball.
It is all happening here at the moment. Bilal, lovely little cameo, came out with the LANKAN Lions were in a bit of trouble, well behind the run rate, had lost their second wicket, and now we're checking the ball. But there's tension, you can feel there's tension out there in the field, there's tension in the crowd. And that's going to go down for 4. That's a top edge down for 4. And the run of the race, the run of the run chase is starting to fall the LANKAN Lions' way.
Just a little bit short. And you got the top edge, Benroop Singer's on. And that was right over the keeper's head, basically. Very fine, third man.
Look for 2, tuck off the hip, they'll take 1, and that's exactly the 14 run over the LANKAN Lions have been looking for. Now if they can grab another one of those, it's going to get close to a run of ball, and of course we've had 2 wide, so that's not the end of the over, still 1 to go, so a chance to make this an 18 or 20 run over.
They're looking relaxed. So I was there 10 minutes ago. I didn't feel they were as relaxed.
Scratting missing.
Well bowled.
And that was nice bowling to finish off. So 14 run over.
For a little bit more elevation then I reckon Udawada from Carroll. And you can tell he's practicing the shot now to try and launch that over the wicket keeper's head. He didn't get it.
Nice and simple. It's 2 runs, a ball.
So Suhar's about to come in, so
Shot, cover.
chat about this ball.
New bowler coming item over.
Peter Kuravita is one of the best Sri Lankan chefs in the country, based at Noosa Heads in Queensland, and it's all about raising money again to help the country overcome the tsunami from many, many years ago when they had 30,000 people killed, and proceeds of the book will go towards the Goodness Foundation.
Isn't that a wonderful?
These are basically Sri Lankan street food, and I love it.
We got 3 out there, it's fine.
My friend Chris is here, and I'll endeavour to get her on shortly who's involved in this promotion of the book. So, we're into the 17th over. The target is 48 of 24. 2 runs a ball. Throws bowls. Swung down the ground. Has it got enough on it? No!
Yeah!
Caught inside. And they're saying, what about them apples? Great catch. And long off. I thought it had enough carry. Jumping up and taking the catch. They've got a vital wicket. And Bilal was out for 35. It's 5 for 1, 2-1. The game changes again. Suhas.
What a catch! What a catch by Addy. And watch out for the celebrations as well. He had to calculate where exactly he was with respect to the boundary rope. Timing is jumped to perfection. Balance, brilliant. And then comes the Thai 5.
Well, Eddie Grawal, who Grant has mentioned, is a good player with the bat, but hasn't had the opportunities with the bat, but that might be.
Akshay Bilal departs for 35 of 27. The game changes indeed once again, 1-1 for 4.
That might be the most important piece of play that he's produced in the tournament so far. Lovely innings by Bilal, who bowled well, and he's contributed nicely in the last 2 games. It was a wonderful partnership. I reckon even before Bilal went out, I just felt that it was a bridge too far for the Lankan Lions.
Out walks Kulasekara with all his experience. Remember, he's played many an innings with the bat in hand that is qualified as crucial runs. Today, every run will be a crucial run indeed. 48 of 23. No time for the batter coming in to get settled. He's got to go big and trust his ability to swing the bat nicely. Hit it with the wind was what he'll be telling himself. Brendan picks up his second wicket.
This is launched away, just clears the infield. The 2 fielders almost clambered into each other at point and cover, but it found a gap, spooning it over the top. Kulasekara, a good start. They need boundaries. 4 for 1, 2-5. 44 required of 22.
2 runs every ball. That's what they need. Excellent. Wasting no time, just a chip over the infield, very deliberately played. And the fact that he opened the face of the bat to send it exactly where he wanted for 4 will give him a lot of confidence. This game's far from over. 44 of 22 to put his team in the grand finale. Big swing and miss.
Bowls through the wicket keeper. A little bit of off-paceness there from Brendan Rose.
A little bit of off-pace. And off-pace seems to be the right thing to do. But Kulasekara is now wary of that too. He does.
Great catch. Again, it just held up a little bit. All he could do was just pull it away on the side. And Karish jumps into the arms of Brendan Rose.
And they've got another one. This is a huge wicket. Kulasekara bamboozled by his own medicine. Rose with a slower delivery. Kulasekara pops it up. And Brendan Rose waits for nobody. Gets there himself and completes the catch. This is one of the most satisfying wickets. India strike again. 2 wickets in quick succession. Nuwan Kulasekara was a glimmer of hope. Walks back for 4. Is it a bridge too far, or will the captain find a way, Udavada?
Well, they've got to get him on
5 for
strike.
5.
Got to get him on strike. And he's not on strike at the moment, and that's the issue. Lovely innings by Bilal. And a very good catch taken by Addy. And well done, Brendan Rose, doing his job in this tournament. He's now got 3 wickets. 3 for 17. Udawada 51, Kure now at the crease. Big man can hit. Needs to hit. Needs to hit right from the word go.
There isn't a ground big enough in the world that Kure cannot clear. 3 matches, 46 runs and an unbelievable strike rate of 148 would be very helpful. Best of 46 not out. That included a lot of sixes on the leg side. Now 44 required for the Lions. They need Kure to come good here along with the captain Udawada.
They do. He's got to get on strike. Kure faces Rose, gets one down the leg side, brilliantly taken. He's a good keeper, Ravish. It's a wide, it's an extra ball, it helps. But they're still a long way away. 5 for 126 in the 17th. The winner through to the final tomorrow morning.
Brendan's done his job in this over. He's picked up 2 crucial wickets. Now it's about closing it out well for him, and it's about finding a boundary for Kure. What are his options? His favourite area, the cow corner and deep mid wicket. Only one of them is plugged, and that is deep mid wicket.
Rose again.
Slow.
Hit on the pad. And out. Given out. The umpire took a long time to make the decision, and he nearly made his way to the non-strikers end, and Brendan Rose is becoming the wrecker.
More drama. More drama now with Brendan picking up another in the over. This was again the slower delivery. Kure had swung his bat early. It's the back leg as well, no doubt would have crashed into the stumps. And umpire Ankur suggests it will indeed. Slow death. Kure had gone up. Kure is waiting for his fate to be written. But I really feel that Kure is in deep trouble here. Now no problem there. And it's as straight as it can get.
Yeah. Back pad.
It's the back pad too. The ball is on the rise. Understand that. It's on the rise. But the fact that it's the back pad, that's what has him in trouble here. Kure, I'm very surprised, did not expect the slower delivery. Where a slower delivery is the one who's just got rid of Kulasekara.
Yes, it's been a terrific over, hasn't it? It's the over that's turned the game again after the partnership between Udawada and Bilal was putting it in the direction of the Sri Lankans.
Mahela Udawada would be telling his boys, I leave it to you at the striker's end, and this is what you come up with.
Out.
The decision stays. Kure departs without troubling the scorers. More trouble for Sri Lankan Lions. 43 of 19 now. Who's going to be the hero? The captain is handcuffed to the non-striker's end. Malit Kure. No trouble for the Indian Tigers. 126 for 6.
So disappointing for Malith Kure. He bowled okay in the back end of the innings to help sort of rein the Indians in as they ended up with 4 for 168, and big Satnam Grill, haven't seen him bowl today, 88. He was run out.
He's missed a pretty straight ball in the end, and he's missed a pretty straight ball which was slower than expected. Malit Kure was expecting a short ball perhaps because that's still left in the over.
He was nearly through the shot, wasn't he?
I would love to be I'd love to be not a fly on the wall because there are no walls, perhaps a bug in the grass to try and hear what Udawada would have told Arosh.
What sort of bug would you like to be?
A beetle? Beetle's good.
Yeah,
I have musical sense too a little bit. So
yes, great band, the Beatles. A friend of mine saw Paul McCartney in concert, said it was the greatest concert he's ever seen recently. He's 80 years old.
Arosh Chanoda.
Yes, getting ready to face Brendan Rose. 4 for 18, ripped them apart in this over. He flicks it away, safely on the onside. They just need to get a run, and they do. Chanoda will keep the strike. Udawada is going to be watching the action again. Big over, might have been the over that has catapulted India into the final, from the semi-finals. 4 for 19 from 3 overs for big Brendan Rose.
Brendan Rose, magnificent as ever, rises to the occasion. 42 of 18. That's a very tight equation. Phase by phase, the story is such. Tigers were 45 for 1 in the first 6. The Lions lost an extra wicket. 7-15, the Tigers roared thanks to Grewal. Lions did the same thing and mirrored almost the same figures. Towards the back end, it's about wickets in hand.
Yes.
And India lost 2 for their 41 they added. This is where, under pressure, the Sri Lankan Lions are faltering. They've made 20 runs towards the back end so far, but have lost 3 crucial breakthroughs to Rose.
3 runs a ball.
You see no pressure in the eyes or the face of Mahela Udavada.
He swings the next one, Janota, just bounces in front of the fielder at Whitish. Third man in Manroop, who's been on for a little while now. Good piece of fielding by the under-19 captain in the tournament in Noosa earlier in the year.
The ball swung.
Did.
The ball swung and bad bounce as well. He put his body on the line. Didn't mind getting hit on the face even. This is excellent commitment by a man who had been waiting for his opportunity.
Connor Carroll bowling wide of the off stump. It brings Udawada, who's been watching the carnage at the other end.
Slower delivery coming up.
Yeah, round the wicket. He gives himself room. Ends up being a full toss. He smashes through the covers. Gee, they've saved some runs today, the Indians. Their fielding has been great. There's the man that took the catch before to dismiss Bilal, Addy. And that saved 4 runs because that was smashed away by Udawada.
Fabulous.
6 for 129. 40 required. 16 balls left. Here's Carroll now wide of the off stump. Oh, Janota takes a hand off the bat and swings away. They need a boundary. They get a boundary. That'll help. He took his hand off the bat. He didn't have control, but he's such a big man. I saw him last night and he towered all over me.
Janota. Only one-handed, but I had enough power and good placement to tease the fielder till the end and get the boundary. Much needed boundary. He had the width as well. He's a tall man, so reach is never a problem for Janota.
Just not quite getting the line right. This one is flicked away off the line of the pads. Consecutive boundaries. I thought that Dubé was going to get there, but he knocked it into the rope. Here they come.
Back-to-back boundaries. Back in the game now. The Lankan Lions. You can never write them off. Really well swung by the batter. You could have stopped that in hindsight, but it's never easy under pressure. Dubé tried his best. Roche has managed 10 of 4 and is playing a gem of an innings. But does he have enough to put his team in another final?
18th over. He tends to swing the next one. That's good bowling by the young man, Connor Carroll, outside the off stump.
Remember, Indian Tigers versus the Lankan Lions. The previous time it was the ACL. Roche was the one who, with the ball in hand, turned it around for the Lankan Lions in a crucial situation in a semi-final. Today, he's got the bat and he's providing some assistance for sure.
He sure is. Oh, he gets a Yorker length ball. He plays underneath. Good fight back by the young man who has taken some tap in the first 9 balls that he's bowled, or 10 balls that he's bowled.
This is terrific bowling. I really wish we can see that again. The fact that he's watching Roche till the last moment. Magnificent indeed by young Carroll. Keeping it round the 4th stump line and delivering a Yorker when it matters the most under pressure. 137 for 6. That will make for another good viewing, don't you think, sir?
32 off 12. Are they any chance? Are they any chance?
32 or 12.
Or is it just a bridge too far, as we've said a few times?
You never know. With a set to the Vata and Roche providing assistance, you never know. And if one thing is clear from all the ACLs put together, is that you never write the Lankans off. Just when you feel you're chasing them back into their den, they'll come back roaring. Brendan, Harry, Dubé, Clive, Sardar, Alan, Carroll. Brendan has been a class apart, and this is an over. This is an over that'll matter a lot more.
Clive Rose did a good job.
Penultimate all the time is what decides the game, and the captain's thrown it to the best bowler of the day.
He's been sensational. 4 for 18, took 3 wickets in his last over. Udawada is the one. He swings it high. He's topped this one. I've got a feeling he might perish. And another catch taken. There's our man with that very interesting dance or very interesting celebration when he takes a catch. Well done, Eddie Grewal. Big catch. Udawata gone, and I reckon the Lankans might be gone.
Udawata not reading the slower delivery. Brendan picks up a fifer in the semi-final. This went very high in the air. And Addy never lost sight of the ball. And wait for the thigh five. Just when you feel you're missing Shikhar Dhawan or Jatinder from Oman, here is another one to the list.
A high five against his strides. It's an absolute ripper, isn't it? What a lovely innings by Udawata. 52. He did his job, didn't he?
There's another one who's ready for a high five. Open that fist, Brendan. It's 5 for 19 as Mahela Udawata is a prized wicket. Departs for 52. Agony in his eyes as he's unable to put his team through to the final, at least till now. 32 of 11 required. Arosh has got Pereira for company. 137 for 7.
There are two match winners. Greville hasn't bowled. 88 run out off the last ball after opening with the bat to set up 4 for 168. And Brendan Rose, a rare fifer in T20 cricket for anyone, 5 for 19. So Pereira and a Rosh. 11 balls, they need 32. The crowd watching, including Navjot, Harry's wife, the organiser of the tournament. Swings across the line. On one knee, only gets one though, out in the deep. 31 off 10.
I think so. Find like 3rd man up.
The crowd's trickling in. Now there is Jagdish of Zoom Punjabi.
Don't let it go past.
Complete cricket connoisseurs, everyone in the frame. And
Bunny.
Miss MK, she's enjoying every bit of this.
Rose, oh, he goes for the switch hit, and it just rolls over the top of the stumps and past the bat. No
What
run.
they've tried with Arosh Janoda is very interesting, India. They've made him jam the bat, and Janoda has done it a couple of times outside off. Now, slightly shorter, not giving the pace. This is good idea. This is a good idea from Rose. Two different tactics, but equally effective. Does Arosh Janoda have a reply?
Been magnificent. Oh, gets a Yorker length ball that he squeezes out. Good running by Pereira, who's on the move straight away. He's running to the danger end. The throw at the stumps rolled along the ground by Brendan Rose, who's very athletic. Misses, and they get another run. They need 30 off 8. It's slipping away. 7 for 139. They've won the first 2 titles in this tournament. Sri Lanka, this being, of course, a franchise tournament this year, but a lot of the players have played in the last 2 titles, playing again for the Lankan Lions.
13 dots. 13 dots and 5 wickets.
Rose in again, and this is launched by Pereira on the bounce down to long off, just for 1. 7 balls, 29 runs.
Brendan.
Pereira 2, Arosh 11.
Brendan putting up a performance that he will be mighty proud of. He understands that if he closes out well, his team has a huge chance of playing the grand finale. Last ball of Brendan Rose. That might be a wicket again. That might be a wicket just before Sardar could put in a dive. Arosh is not interested in coming back for 2. He wants the strike for the last over with 28 to get. And the Indian Tigers have a cushion of 27. Let's have another look. That went miles in the air too, but Janoda was in 2 minds whether to give it full throttle or no. Sardar was full throttle, full tilt, running towards it. But the ball was swerving in the air as well and going away from him.
It straightened him up too.
Good camera out
He
there.
was looking to whip that through the onside. Taking the most wickets helps when you take 5 in an innings. Got 8 for the tournament. Fawad Malouk 7 for the Sultans who play next. Parminder Singh 6 for the Wolves. Connor Carroll 6 for the Indian Tigers. Jayasundra 5 for the Lankan Lions. His tournament might be about to come to an end.
Brendan Rose, 8 wickets, out of which 5 in 1 game. Harry Singh, the captain was saving him for the last over. He might not have picked up wickets today, but he's been very tight A couple of those 3 overs that he's bowled were in the power play, remember.
Last over.
28 required. 6 balls.
He bowled intelligently too. Here is Harry Singh. Round the wicket, swinging the big fella, Ross, but all he does is pick out Connor in the covers. That was travelling like a tracer bullet as he was outside the line of the leg stump and playing that shot.
Harry's
5
taking his
balls
time.
left.
Harry's taking his time in setting the field. This is a huge game and he understands the magnitude of the game. Having said that, the umpires who are void of emotions are telling him, you got to, Harry. This man will be a little pleased with the way the Pacers have gone today. Not so much with the way his team's Pacers have gone.
Swinging long and high for Pereira. He's got plenty of that. Plenty of that. That has sailed a long, long way over mid-wicket. If you've got a car out there, good luck.
Waited and puts this one away easily.
No, I didn't quite get to the cars. It was more near the scoreboard.
I don't think it's 100% effort there. This was...
Swings the next one. He got underneath it, but again, protection out at deep mid-wicket.
This is a crucial single because Pereira, so cricket is about how you feel on that particular day, and Pereira hit that 6 and it looked effortless. Hitting Harry has been very difficult. He's just hit an effortless 6 against Harry. He's picked up a single because Arosh has also got the ability to use the long handle. Even if the Lankan Lions clear all the 3 deliveries for 6s, the Indian Tigers will walk away with a win. The Indian Tigers should remind themselves, don't misbehave with the front foot. Don't allow an extra. The game is in the pocket and you might be very, very close to scripting history.
Don't bowl wide.
No problem with the front foot there, but lots of problem after it reached the batter as far as the Indian Tigers are concerned. What a shot that was from Pereira. Under pressure, Pereira performs.
3 balls left, they need 20. Harry Singh again.
That's a good ploy to come around the wicket.
Tempted
And
Yorker.
not providing pace to Arosh Janoda. Arosh can only hit it for a single. And this game is in the pockets of the Indian Tigers. The Tigers can already feel that they have already put a pug mark.
Harry's in trouble. He's holding the back of his knee again.
She's got 2 more balls to get through.
And he's limping. Oh, this is a bit
Indian
of a
Tigers
concern.
have 1 foot in the final. Or shall we say a pug mark in the final already. Can they close this out? It didn't look 100% as he took that jump as well, Dan. Oh, wait a minute.
No ball.
Oh, this could be tricky. If it's a no ball at this stage, has Singh bowled a no ball? The confirmation will come through. What does the umpire say? Harry Singh. Harry Singh has bowled a no ball. It's a free hit. And Pereira has got the free hit. Someone who's just smashed a 6.
Right arm over to you. Free to come.
Oh, this game is far from over once again. 18-3.
3 6s they win.
And it's a free hit.
It is.
Oh, he's not. Is he good enough to bowl? That's
I'm
another
not sure
story.
he's right, Harry. So what do? You bring Setnam on for the last 3 balls.
What happens if the captain looks towards Dubey right now and says, you bowl a free hit to start with? Because the youngster, under pressure, can he deliver? Or will Harry Singh be able to bowl these 3 balls? It should have been 2, but because of his own doing, he has to run in once more and get the 3rd ball in as well. The Lions need 18. Nothing less than a 6 would do.
He keeps flexing and stretching that knee. He's not, this is no good. He's tried for the 2nd time to get through and he's hurt himself. He's gone, I reckon.
Remember, the 2 men in red are void of emotions, and for them the game needs to complete in a certain amount of time as well. There's another semi-final to be played. You don't want to play the second half of that semi-final in darkness. You need to ensure that the games finish early. or on time. The free hit continues, but someone who's inherited that free hit might not be happy about it.
Connor Carroll.
But Connor can deliver under pressure is what the team believes.
Attempted full toss, it's missed! It's missed, the free hit has been missed. It was there for him maybe to slam away. And young Connor Carroll has had a great tournament. Might have put his team, the Indian Tigers, into the final. He's missed it. He's thinking, is that an above waist-high full toss?
Pressure does funny things. Pressure does funny things. This time offers the bat. Man in the deep will take it on the bounce. Oh, it's bounced beyond him. Tennis ball-like bounce from a cricket ball. And what Sardar needed in the deep, Dan, was a racket.
He's unlucky. It's the second time we've seen today where it hasn't been the fielder's fault when there's been a misfield. There was a Sri Lankan fielder too who got a very unfortunate bounce earlier today. And on that occasion just bounced over the head of Sardar. 14 needed off one. They're going to be in the final, India. And Sri Lanka are going to be eliminated. But it's been an entertaining match. Swings and roundabouts. Here's Connor Carroll to Pereira, who swings across the line. It's a good shot, but it'll be stopped a couple of metres inside the boundary. India are in the final. They await now the second semi between Pakistan and the Mavericks.
Watch the captain Ravish. Watch what he does. Very calmly starts to shake hands as if this wasn't a big result for him. But what a great performance it has been from the Indian Tigers. They've humbled their opponents, and not any ordinary opponents, but the ones who gave them the pain of what it feels like to exit a tournament when you're so close to winning it. This time in the semi-finals, it's the Indian Tigers who roar the loudest as the Lions have been chased back to their 10.
They certainly have. 7 for 156. In reply to 4 for 168, of which Saddam Grewal, who did not bowl, didn't have to bowl because he set it up with 88 run out off the last ball. He opened the innings. And then the Lankan Lions lost too many wickets early. Solomon's big innings yesterday, swinging like a rusty door in a certain part of the house. Made 3 off 11. Pritishana 8. Chandaman 9. Then the big partnership between Bilal and also Udawada got the back on track. Great catch on the boundary by Addy. Grewal hasn't had a big tournament with the bat, but took 2 important catches as Brendan Rose ripped through the lower middle order. Finishes with 5 wickets. And Sri Lanka 7 for 156. The Indian Tigers, after dropping the first game, thrashed by Pakistan, got their team right. And Clive Rose coming in today. Also coming in was Taylor from England. And they've got over the line by 12 runs.
Marvellous performance by the Indian Tigers when it mattered the most. When it mattered the most, the Indian Tigers decided to step up. Mahela Udawada and co can take a lot of heart because they've been absolutely exceptional from the word go in this tournament, but have faltered in the semi-finals a little. That's all because of one man, Brendan, towards the end. He had got rid of the very experienced Udawada and a well-set Udawada. Balal was back in the hut too, and then he opened the hand for a fifer with Kure back in the hut, first ball.
And the interesting thing was too, Solomons just didn't get going today. 3 off 11, mentioned him, but Udawada, lovely innings, 52 off 40. Well, he and Balal were going. They weren't the big hitters that Grewal certainly was with his 88 off 61, but they were just working the ball around, and they looked like they could really push this team and push the total and get there, but they lost too many wickets, and they finish at 7 for 156. So India, after making 168, they get there by 12 runs. Arosh 14 off 11 was good too. Well, Brendan Rose at the start, 13 dots, 5 for 23. Could he win the man of the match over Satnam Grewal? It'll be tight.
Certainly a contender. Dubey and Clive pick up a wicket apiece, and all the other bowlers supported ably. Sardar was a little expensive, but I think he covered up with sensational fielding efforts.
Carroll
Wickets at
expensive
regular.
too. Yep.
Carroll expensive, but put his hand up in crucial times for his side, and of course took wonderful catches too. 12, 20, 44, and then a huge partnership to get the 4th wicket. That's when you felt that the Lions are back on track. Not to be. Another collapse with 25, 126 and 137 wickets falling at regular intervals.
Yeah, 77 partnership for the fourth wicket. So Greville 88 of 61, high score of the tournament. Palumbo good support, 19 off 19, and Taylor their inclusion today, 15 not out of 11. And Udawada made 52 for the Lions, as we mentioned. Kure, Bilal and Pereira 1 wicket apiece for the Lions, and for the Tigers, Brendan Rose, what a performance, 5 for 23. And Dubé 1 for 14. Clive Rose 1 for 30 in his first game. As the Indian Tigers are in the final, they'll play the winner of the next semi, the Pakistani Sultans, and also the Sydney Mavericks. And two hearts will go out now and do the post-match presentations. Who will it be for man of the match? Brendan Rose or Satnam Grewal?
Oh, what a game of cricket we've had. It was the battle of the blues with the Indian Tigers taking on the Sri Lankan Lions. And it's the Lankan Lions who faltered towards the end as Tigers held on to their nerve, ensured they picked up wickets at regular intervals and chased the Lions back into the den. The Indian Tigers advanced into the grand semi-final of the grand final of Landmark Presents ACL 2023. Now, they will wait to find out who's going to join them there. Without further ado, let's call the captain who came second. And it's not very common that we say this, but the captain who came second is Mahela Udawada. A sigh of relief or a wry smile at this stage, because your team was invincible.
No, I'm quite happy the way the boys have played, but one bad game, you can't judge from one bad game. So I'm quite happy the way they play this whole tournament, but all credit goes to the Indians. They played really well.
You must be mighty proud of your boys in which they fought back in difficult situations if you keep this game apart.
Yeah, actually the wicket is not the easiest wicket to score runs, especially it's now gripping and getting more slower. So the Indian bowlers bowl really well, and the lanes and slow balls as well. So it's quite hard to score runs off them.
Did spinners find it easier or difficult when you were bowling?
Spinners, they get a little bit of grip on the wicket, but I can't remember his name, but he took the chances and everything goes for his way.
Well, if you have to reflect on this tournament and probably speak about it in one word, what would it be? Because it's been a terrific tournament for you, barring this game.
Yes, actually, that's why I told you I'm really happy the way boys played. This is just a one game, so we'll be coming back next year, more geared up and ready to go again.
Have a great one next year. All the very best for this one. You were fantastic throughout the tournament, but hard luck today.
Thank you.
Mahela Udawada, the captain of the Lankan Lions, and he promises to bounce back in the next season. Let's speak to the winning skipper, Ravi Srivastava of the Indian Tigers. Now you're smiling. Ravish, now you're smiling, and why not? Firstly, winning the toss and choosing to bat first, you were quite happy with what you were able to put on the board. 168 wasn't easy.
Nah, definitely not. Anything, I think, this whole tournament, anything above 140 has been a very defendable target.
As far as the management is concerned, how did they egg you on? Because you suddenly that you had to bounce back in the tournament because you also tasted not so successful games.
Yeah, I mean, that we have a team full of talented people, and that first game was very disappointing. So it was very easy to egg the team on to bounce back and want the win even more.
Do you tell something to Grewal or just let them be? Grewal was unleashed today.
Nah, Grewal is Grewal. You don't talk to him. You just let him bat. Let him enjoy himself.
I think that was the phase where counter-attack began and 160 was possible? Or do you believe that something different could have been done at that time as well? Were you eyeing on 180 at a stage?
Nah, this pitch played slightly different to what it did in the past. So we just needed to hang in there, not lose wickets too often. And that's what we did, and let Satnam do Satnam things.
And finally, let me choose my words very carefully. Someone rose to the occasion with the ball in hand.
Haha, very funny, yes. No. Brendan did bowl amazing, taking 5 in a T20. You don't see that very often. So it was a fantastic bowling spell and very well deserved.
Kudos to you as well. Excellent captaincy and congratulations on reaching the grand finale.
Thank you very much.
Indian Tigers are into the grand finale. Let's give away some silverware. For the player of the match, I request the presence of Mr. Bopa Rai to give away AUD 500, Australian dollars 500. I request Mr. Bopa Rai to give it away. Well, there were a couple of contenders, of course, but one man who chose to decimate the opponents with the ball in hand with an unbelievable fifer, Brendan Rose, the player of the match in the semi-final. Brendan Rose picking up wickets of crucial batters who had already well set. Brendan, let's have a chat. It's not that every day one gets a fifer, and in a tournament where the batters are trying to dominate, you were exceptional under pressure. What were you telling yourself at that time?
I think all I wanted to do was bowl slow balls. That's what's been working for me all tournament. So towards the back end, that's all I've been bowling. So I just stick to my plans, bowl my slow balls and back my deliveries, and it sort of paid off. So very happy.
How satisfying is it to get batters who were well settled at that time? Udawata is one of the crucial wickets. Balal was striking the ball cleanly.
Yeah, it was good. It was good to see them sort of play throughout the innings and sort of assess how they're playing. And I thought slow balls was the best thing for them. And it's worked for me all tournament, so I just stuck to my plans.
It gets easier when Harry bowls so very well up top, especially because you're sharing the new ball with someone who's easing out the pressure from one end. He's keeping the pressure from one end intact, while you are the one who's probably in the limelight with the wickets.
Yeah, a lot of blokes saying that he bowls faster than me, so he should take the win. But I'm quite happy to take the win. But yeah, it's good to have Harry bowling at the top with me. He's a sensational bowler, and not to mention Satnam at the start of the innings. He just sets up the innings for us. So yeah, we can't complain with how we started. So.
You were sensational with the ball in hand. It's a fifer to cherish indeed. So don't clasp your fist, probably show it to the world by opening it up. Congratulations on a fantastic fifer in a semi-final.
Thank you.
Brendan Rose, all set to go into the final now. Well, that's all we got for you for the post-match presentation. We'll meet you shortly with the second semi-final, and that's going to be a cracker as well. Until then, it's goodbye from us here right now.